Alright, folks, welcome to the final episode of One Man, One Goal, One Mission. Basically, it's going to be the final mega grind here. It's not really a grind so much as it is just like going through the entire end of the game in one giant episode. So, here we be. First order of business, though, before we head into Hanging Gardens and get all that going, I've decided, you know what, it actually is probably a pretty solid idea to go pick up the Grimalkin. So we're doing Kadriga real quick, and yeah, let's do this thing. Oh, it's so close to a total TPK, but oh well, we'll take it. Armageddon! Okay, maybe it wouldn't have been a total TPK. I mean, at the very least, I might as well at least go collect all these cards. Again, it's just, I love this build so much. We have given up some overall firepower to make this happen, but yeah, no, just the ability to recover out of pretty much anything while still having a crap load of punch is awesome. Like, nope, I'm fine. See, I got Fortify, that means I'll live. Oh, that's cute. See, all this stuff right here is partially what makes the Elemental Temple so good. Like, sure, you get a ton of class experience for going into these, but just the fact that so much stuff tends to have rare drops in here does mean that you see about an 80% drop rate on cards in here, even at lower levels. And a bit of a side note here, I've usually been using the one save file here. I think for this one, just in case the recording goes funky, we're going to use the other one. I've been keeping this secondary save file. So, you know how I was bouncing back and forth before? I literally kept the save file only because I managed to save it at exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we can override it now. There's no sense in wasting a slot for that. God, I love the effects on these maps. Like, the Elemental Temples are really, really cool looking. It's really kind of a shame that they didn't shed more light on them. I just feel like so many folks have never even looked at this part of the map. Like, this is a really cool design for this map, just strategy-wise and things like that. Very weird design from, it's like an overall perspective otherwise. Because I think it's supposed to be implied that these are all giant steps that just sort of broke apart. And this was originally more of like a normal bridge type situation. Because it kind of looks like the same stuff that they use for crypts and things, but then they also use it in the architecture here. So I don't think it's meant to be like a mausoleum or anything. It's just kind of there. Yeah, if that were to ever land, we'd have a problem, but realistically, you know. I'm gonna save my nuke for the second here, because it's already charged up, and we're not really having any particular difficulty here. Just really might as well save it up to go one-shot something up there. See, like, this fight on a casual playthrough is pretty difficult, because, you know, you have to get everybody around, your own units are getting in their own way. You might not realize where some of these guys are on the bottom. Ah, darn. I was doing really well with lucky crits finishing off units, but oh well. That's fine. She'll get a finisher. Whatever works. So probably getting slowed down, but we'll just tabula out of that. Like, truth be told, just the fact that Lord can use Tabula Rasa instantly makes up for any mediocre stats the class has. It's just such a good ability. Oh, that's pretty cool. I didn't realize she was doing sidearms and 1 HKs. That's pretty neat. Alright. I'll go ahead and Tabula out of that, because we're about to nuke anyway. Pretty much everything on this map is weak, so we really might as well just take out these two while we have the shot. Definitely focusing on cards more than anything else, because the higher we can get Vit, the better we can do. Vit is kind of the big one right now. I mean, our damage is really as high as it ever needs to be. I feel like at this point we can, under the right circumstances, potentially one-shot Coda lands and all that kind of thing. Not so confident on being able to take those hits, though. Although, that being said, you know, Tabula plus heal 3 plus regeneration is just, what is that? Resolve is easily, despite being relatively minor and everything, Resolve is just amazing. Well, you tried. I mean, he took his shot, didn't work out, but you know what? It's really the best thing he could have done. And yeah, how one blocks a bullet with a whip is anyone's guess. Oh, there we go. See, he did it. Gremlin knows what he's doing. I mean, unfortunately, we're going to immediately get ourselves out of it, but that's fine. That's another cool thing about having just, you know, tank and tabula rasa and all that kind of thing. I mean, arguably, we could have done all this with the cleric. It's just the cleric can't really aug the same elements, so... There we go. He's going to unburden. Then he's probably going to tabula right now. Nope. Probably not. Alright, well, we might see it last another round. That's fine. See, this is the thing. In both versions, gremlins are legitimately scary if they survive a hit. I mean, right now, we're kind of lucky because these guys have pretty much nothing going for them offense-wise. At least not anymore. This is the benefit of having such high vitality that we're just kind of able to tank all this crap. If it was maybe 10 points lower, we'd still be taking pretty considerable damage. But anyway. Hello, Mr. Gremlin. Goodbye, Mr. Gremlin. I mean, fair enough, I suppose. See, the thing about using the Avernalis over the Gremlin up to this point has mainly been that for single target stuff, something like Flagellation is going to be way better. Because if you have one light armored thing they need to take out right now, you just basically go up to it and like, okay, they keep healing themselves, I need that thing gone. So you go to Flagellation, it's like, oh, you know, that's going to do 360 damage. Beautiful. It's for when you need to do something quicker and don't have access to Armageddon yet. Now, the Gremlin ideally would be that answer. Like, you would still have extra power, and you're augmenting Armageddon to the point of being able to do something like that. But the thing is, you kind of need to rely on the points to scale that one up. Sure, at this ridiculous level, we should probably just gain an overall better benefit off it. But I was kind of hoping to go for that kind of split augment type setup. But then the obvious occurred to me. The thing that I was kind of dreading doing a second time, and that's Palace of the Dead. And the thing is, Palace of the Dead, during the first solo, I accidentally discovered a meta for that thing that I didn't understand at the time. And that was using dark weapons in a dark area. I know that seems fairly obvious now, but I didn't realize how good Prevailing Element was. And so this basically means that using a Gremlin in Palace of the Dead would potentially give, you know, like 100 extra damage on hits, if not more. So that's kind of insane. I mean, okay, basically the way that it works, almost everything down there uses dark. They usually will use dark in something else. But by and large, by the end of most solo fights, you're basically seeing Prevailing Dark at rank 3. So basically what this translates to is dark stuff do big damage, and also, I mean, stuff there doesn't technically resist dark, it just is dark. Since, again, this is kind of its own game, it does its own stuff. Things like that happen sometimes. So 362, this one does a bit more. See, this is why I like the split build, because I didn't quite have enough points to make Armageddon the big one, and I did have enough points to make Flagellation work. We'll see if we get an overall better benefit off of scaling the Gremlin instead of scaling the finisher, because it should have higher attack value. Technically speaking, in terms of maximum damage, that shouldn't matter as much, but whatever. We'll see how it all pans out in the end. I feel like overall it probably will be a bigger benefit. And they keep trying with these silencing shields. I actually should probably mention that to Raics, that it seems like pretty much every dang thing is running around with silencing shields at this point. Like, dragon scales are really, really prevalent. I should probably mention, for future versions, this is running version 97D at the moment. It's the latest one, you know, as you'd expect. But yeah, version 97D. So yeah, 97D is kind of right after Terror Knights got their big Spear Terror buff, so that's been fantastic. There've been a few... What other adjustments were there? I actually still have the PDF up. So let's see, 97D was... Oh man. Thanks, Adobe Reader, for all your pop-ups. Sure appreciate that. Alright, so there were some bugs with female class icons. There was an Aug Fire bonus added to the Goddess Unleashed. There's some element and racial bonuses on the Vulcanheim, which I think was changed to ice or something. Funnily enough, I think this is actually a reskin of one of the Palace of the Dead maps. I'm not entirely certain, but I feel like I've seen this map somewhere else before. Still though, cool lightning rocks. Alright, what else was new in 97D? Let's see, monsters got buffed a little bit. Just nerfed a little bit in the early game, presumably better in the late game. Ranger got redone. Crafting books and materials are started at Chapter 2. And two-handed weapons have a lower RT cost. So, I don't think that affects anything whip-wise. Like, it is a two-handed weapon and all that kind of thing. Nice. God, I love when that happens. It just feels so good when that happens. Oh, by the way, another benefit of Tabula Rasa, don't have to worry about poison. Sweet poison you had there, it's gone now. Oh, it's so good. I'm gonna feel like... you know what? I'm glad that I have a save right before doing this, and I think I'm probably gonna save right after getting the Grimmelkin, because I guarantee at some point Tabula Rasa is gonna get nerfed or something, and there's just gonna be a thing for like, go redo the entire run. Like, I will redo the last episode if absolutely everything gets nerfed. You know what? When we get to 1.0, we can see about redoing some stuff, but until then, we're fine. I feel like it's pretty close to final at this point. But yeah. Like, I'm fairly certain no matter what ends up getting redone, we're probably pretty good to wrap this one up. Character is never meant to get this strong in the game ever, in either version. Alright, we'll probably scale up Armageddon for all the cockatrices and things. Definitely sounds a lot better than Nuke the Cocks, but okay. Yeah, that's the other nice thing about this build right here, is he can counter almost anything. I mean, I think I'm literally just going to call this thing the Gary, because you can literally almost counter anything. Because, yeah, you counter spears, counter melee, counter knockback, counter other whips, because those are sometimes a bit of a pain in the neck to counter. You've got short bows and blowguns that it can counter with a stun rock, which actually has pretty okay damage, considering. And we're about ready to launch another Armageddon here, so that's nice. Alright, now... no kill, yes kill, do it. Boom. This feels so satisfying, I love that. And by the way, for anyone potentially looking at this and thinking like, man, that is really overpowered, they should nerf that, realize this character has almost triple the stats that most normal characters would ever achieve by this point. So, yeah, no, a normal character would be doing like 100-something damage with this thing. We're only throwing out 400s because this guy's stats are off the dang charts. It's not like... okay, so here's the thing. It's not like you're not supposed to be able to get there, it's just not balanced for it. Specifically, all of the means to get your stats up are in the game. This just takes an astronomically long time, which is, you know, kind of why this run has taken months. Now, granted, sure, a busy schedule is certainly a part of that, but it's not everything. And we'll just turn into a rock. Man, Denim people are gonna start questioning your rule here if you're getting hard over a chicken. You know, excellent play by this chicken. This is actually looking like an OB64 chicken right now. I am so proud of this cockatrice right now. I'm so proud of this cockatrice right now. He's doing such a good job. He's figured out the counters. Yeah, he just won. He did it. You know what? That is a good chicken. You did a good job. You deserved that win. And that right there is why cockatrices are still terrifying in one mission. Now you might be saying, wait a minute, go get Stoneproof. That's the eventual goal. I'm still considering whether or not to actually go pick up the Firecrest, because I feel like it's kind of cheap, but... you know, it's kind of boring, because it literally... like, Deathproof would get rid of most debuffs, as I found out recently. Like, gets rid of most, not all. We're gonna go for the other approach this time, letting them do the damage on their turn, and this cleric is a dick. I really hate that Dispel is so cheap, I'll be honest. Because, yeah, you try to put on Strengthen, they're like, no, you can't have buffs. No, it's against the rules. For some reason, all clerics sound like Skeletor. Just go with it, it's fine. See, that's kind of the hidden value of having certain clerics around. Sure, you can't necessarily finish them off, but if you build a build around TP scaling, you can potentially just use them for infinite TP. Just wait for everybody to slowly arrive, maybe build up one or two of their abilities, show up as one big lump, drop an Armageddon in there. Cool beans. You know, it's funny, it occurs to me that spellbooks are one of the few things that this build can't counter, and nice 3 25% in a row, RNG. Ew. I don't like that theme very much. Yeah, it just kind of goes to show once again that crits do override mischance, so if you have a super inaccurate character, get their luck up. Alright, so the answer here is becoming pretty obvious, just the fact that everybody is ridiculously fast on this map, so okay. Getting double turned by everyone, maybe not necessarily the best time in the world. Let's give this another go. So I had Field Elk on here for Palace of the Dead, because sometimes you would just get completely overwhelmed. But I feel like we can probably replace that with Stoneproof for the time being. See, part of the problem is they use a lot of light units, so honestly, heavies are a lot easier to deal with than lights are. Just because in a lot of cases, stuff like gremlins, fairies, whatever else will slow you down pretty significantly. You've also got ninjas everywhere with their debuffs flying around. If you get poisoned, that can be pretty significantly damaging because you're pretty much losing 100 health a round or so. Got clerics getting rid of any debuffs you put out, so that's kind of an annoyance of its own. Not to mention, since Bravery started giving Fortify, they actually can't be one-shot as easily, so, you know, those clerics definitely needed a buff. I mean, okay, they absolutely did not need a buff, obviously I'm being sarcastic, but, you know, it's kind of neat that it's there all the same. At least they're a bit more respectable considering they completely can't attack, so... I guess that being said, at this point I've kind of turned around on vanilla clerics to some degree. See, okay, here's a funny thing with how Flagellation works. So she's got a Ring of Vigor and a Dragon Skill here. That little bit of vitality change from that thing is enough to yeah, change it so that she does not get one-shot by Flagellation, but this ninja over here does. That's kind of the main weakness of this particular build. Like, that and the fact that after they use a finisher, there's that one brief window where they don't have access to Tabula Rasa for a turn, which could potentially be devastating. It's why I had Field Alchemy on there before. But in most cases, it's fine. Like, later Palace of the Dead, it just was not acceptable to have any turn where healing wasn't an option. It was pretty much a constant struggle there. I'm shocked that I managed to dodge Virtuous twice in a row there. That's just not something that happens. Lots of new names I've never seen before coming up lately. Like Dior over there, the D-L-L-O-R weirdness. So it's become abundantly clear at this point that either a double hit, which we've technically gotten a triple hit in this fairy, they've still managed to survive. But the cleric on the right's kind of getting spent. The one on the left is likely going to make up for her slack, but it's looking more and more like we're just going to have to use Armageddon on this fairy. That's fine. Whatever's necessary is necessary. The thing is, we can't get rid of the clerics because of Fortify for now. So we need to be able to get rid of at least one of these shutdown characters. I can't quite Armageddon them yet. I'm going to need a full bar to even have a chance. More than likely I might need a Breach plus Armageddon to make this happen. I'm guessing by the fact that we've got 1s and 2s coming out of the right side there, that since they're getting a little bit tired, we might have a little bit better odds over there. Oh, or not. Never mind. Alright, well, screw it. I guess we're good. Sometimes stuff just lines up. That's why you take quick turns, by the way. That's why you only take a few steps in any given direction, and you can slowly but surely chip your way forward. I kind of feel like that's what ends up frustrating some folks with this game as opposed to many others, that it's more like an XCOM kind of thing, where if you conserve your points and stuff like that, you, just those little incremental speed bonuses add up pretty good. Alright, so we're still only doing 80s to her right here. But ideally... Well, ideally as soon as their Fortify ends, we'll make some headway here. Now, we might have to rely on Constrictor, because it is absolutely possible to get 2 Constrictors off before the first one expires. But we'll see. Anyway, they went for Dispel instead of Hearten, so that's a plus. Now the question is, they see low health, are they going to go offense or are they going to try to buff? As long as they don't buff, we're okay. Basically what I'm trying to do is set up a situation where she tries to take a swing with her staff, because her health is relatively full. We get a counter. Went for the Dispel instead. That's fine. But basically, if they're at high health, they take an attack, you get a counter attack. It's good times there. Alright, I'm just gonna go Constrictor. We're getting a little bit low on health here. Either way, they can't buff and everything else at the same time, so hopefully we can get her knocked down before anything gets too crazy here. His health is looking a bit dire. But this is like the same scenario that plays out every time there's double clerics. Alright, so we're at a point in this one where like the little details are a bit different. So basically the way that it ends up coming down is there's a few ways you can go about it. You can either keep hammering on one until all their defenses end up running out and just sort of catch up from there, because normally you should be able to re-up Constrictor and eventually end up wearing them down. Optionally, you can also create a situation where you're standing next to one while the other one is fully healed up. So if one is unable to do anything, like let's say this one's shackled, but they've already been healed, and so you stand next to the other one, they'll more than likely try to go for an attack. But either way, sometimes they'll go for they'll end up going for something else instead. So instead, in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to keep hammering until they're completely out of. Well, we want to make sure that they don't have time to do fortifies. Ideally. Actually, we might be able to just handle it right here. Never mind. So Flagellation will do the job just fine. What I was thinking is to scale up Armageddon and just make sure that they don't have access to fortify. There they go again with that dang fortify. Yeah, this solo run would look absolutely psychotic in real life. Like, just this dude with a whip running around trying to choke out a priest. Both of them dealt with. That took ages, but that's how you do it solo. In a casual run, best way is definitely just to shut them down in some way. Just shut down both. Like, really, any kind of shutdown that you can land on them works about as well as another. As long as they don't get to throw out their heal, they've lost so much time just getting themselves back up. Like that's the thing. The kind of weird counter in this game to the fact that a class is seemingly overpowered one way or the other is just kind of the kind of counterbalance that, yeah, as soon as they lose their turn, there's a whole lot that the other team was relying on that suddenly they don't have access to anymore. And I'm pretty sure anyone that's ever tried to use Ozma in vanilla, and then suddenly put them way too far ahead, and then they got KO'd, and then suddenly realized just how much they were relying on them. I've seen a lot of people get mad at that particular moment. So like, oh man, this game's literally unbeatable, I have the best character, but, you know, it didn't work. Like, well, they needed support. Honestly, that's why I end up seeing Tactics Ogre is closer to XCOM in terms of overall mentality than it is to FFT or most other SRPGs. Because there's such a big emphasis on support. It's like XCOM, Xenonauts, whatever else, you get your tank out in front, that sucker's gonna die. Doesn't matter how advanced it is. Congratulations, you just spent half your entire organization's budget on a tank and lost it in one turn. Good job. But then at the same time, that tank could also last you several endgame months. So, you know, there's that. I really love this music. So, no matter how many times I test it, it seems like the audio will find some new way to be funky, so hopefully the sound comes through okay. I'm going to try to use the original versions here, worst case scenario. I mean, if you're hearing this, it worked out great. If not, there's at least an okay chance that down the line I may have to re-record over all this. Anyway, let's see. Almost dead, 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 do it. Boom. Alright, we're gonna go haste here. So I was thinking go for regen, but Poison's gonna get us one way or the other, so regen would basically almost counter poison. Getting rid of it would... Well, I mean, I might as well wait for Tabula. Could go for a regular heal, but I figured haste would kind of accomplish all of the above, because we're getting less effect from poison, getting a better chance to potentially heal later, protecting the loot. Although I guess we got the important loot anyway, so who cares? Probably don't have to worry about that gremlin anymore, because he'll get himself killed off. And then I think we're gonna just take a few turns to collect this stuff here. Get all healed up and stuff like that. So I want that card, I want these items. I don't know what they are, but I know we're gonna need one hell of a budget going forward. Sure glad it was just gemstones. Alright, that's perfect tile for you to be. See, and it's cases like this that make Armageddon so strong. It's not necessarily that it's always good in all situations, as we've seen, but just the fact that you can run into these situations here where somebody keeps spamming dark abilities over and over and over, and every time they do, it gets a little bit stronger, which leads to the ridiculous numbers that we've been seeing for some of this here, where it, you know, charges only to 150 and it's doing like 400 damage. It's not, it's literally just every time that they cast a dark ability, its maximum damage goes up. It's not necessarily that its armor penetration goes up any, but we pretty much ignore armor right now anyway, so there's that. Alright, I'm fairly certain this one also has a unique drop, but I'm not going to go for it. We're only here for the whip book. Anything else is just not a concern. That whip is, for all intents and purposes, the last item that I really expect to run into. See, the thing is, obviously as we've seen, there's very little I can do. Well, not very little. There's only so much that I can realistically do when it comes to protecting drops, meaning in most cases I'm just going to be better off not going for them. I'm thinking nearby one of these pillars is going to be the safest bet. I really should have picked up Steadfast for this map, but yeah, kind of back when Steadfast used to be a powered armor passive ability. Ended up using it a lot more. It's a really good ability, but it's just hard to justify a slot compared to other things. And it's kind of weird because it is legitimately the difference between life and death. But it's something that you're so readily aware of that you can kind of easily, well, hopefully easily avoid it. I've seen plenty of cases where I've gotten double crit and just knocked off a cliff anyway, even when I was paying attention. But we'll make it work. This tile right here should be perfect, because it gives us access to a lot of different tiles, it gives us plenty of knockback area, should be covered on both sides, should be safe in all directions, and should be able to spam Armageddon pretty darn well, because we still have access to all but one of our tiles. Disembowel is back, fantastic. I do have Stoneproof still at this point, so these trices shouldn't be too much of a problem. Parry, yes. Okay, now we've got an Armageddon ready. Not even going to check how much damage it's going to do. Alright, there we go. That's a lot of them damaged. I do want that card, but I can't risk the knockdown, so we're going to go ahead and go back here. We're going to reset up back here. So, the most likely way to save a card in that situation, aside from taking it, which would leave us completely high and dry, since I'm not using the flight boots right now, is basically just to back up and hope that nobody steps on it. If we don't get it, we don't get it. It's fine. It's really not the end of the world. But Vit cards are definitely of high priority. Though I have to say, I feel like Vit cards and Strength cards have been dropping like a lot more commonly than the other stuff. I don't know, maybe that's just assumption on my part. Really can't say for sure. Yeah. You dick. Oh well. Oh well. We just kind of gotta accept that that'll happen sometimes. Alright. So, testing the poison strategy just to see how much effect it actually has on them. I'm thinking the most effective way to actually handle this absolute fustercluster of a mess is to just go after the fairies first. We're probably just gonna have to try to go for crit snipes. Just get one trapped in a corner and then repeatedly try to slap them off. None of them are gonna have steadfast, so that should be reasonable enough. I'm actually kind of glad that hit, because that gave us a free tabula. In fact, we may not even need to go for that. We can potentially just use throwing rocks, since they can crit too. But what we need to do for now is get on that other tile. So there we go. Take a tabula. Day 50 in Fairy Hell. Still trying to figure out how to deal with Fairy Hell. Alright, perfect. That actually should be at least one option right there, because they decided to sit themselves right next to the cliff. Go ahead and miss that, please. Thank you. Kinda get stunned? No. Alright. So anytime they park themselves near a cliff, we can at least take a roll with a throwing rock. If it crits, fantastic. I have a feeling they're about to get a second move, though, because most of them are getting double turns. Which is alright, because that one set themselves up in a similar situation. Unfortunately, I'd have to get into a pretty dangerous spot to be able to do anything with that. So I have to expect that, yes, there will be knockback of at least one tile. Going here is possible... Well... Okay, does he have siege? No. So if we... Okay, so if we go here... Alright, if we go here, and this thing is done lagging, we might be safe. Nice! Okay, beautiful. Big question though, are we actually safe? Because there's like... There's a non-zero chance of instant death now. Actually, I probably should have turned facing the facing to the right, because I would have blocked the fairy twice, which would have prevented them from getting close. Because she might double turn and just shield bash me off now. Yes! Good. Good knockback. Okay. We'll just pretend that was calculated and move on. If you want to stay in that tile, though... No? Alright, fine. Alright, well, we have access to two of them. Can we do anything devastating? Yes, actually. We can get rid of this one. Beautiful. Alright, so that's two dealt with. So suddenly our odds are drastically better. Now again, in most cases, if somebody's dealing with multiple healers like this, in most cases you won't be running a solo, right? So any kind of... stun is the easiest one to do. Shackle, stop, all that kind of thing. Just like anything that shuts down at all. Sleep has some good AoE availability. Nightblade is really particularly good. That's why ninjas are so dang good at dealing with healers. Because they've got now Nightblade, they've got their sleep bombs, they've got binds on their daggers, which yeah, just getting a bind or silence or anything like that is fantastic. Silencing arrows on archers, stunning arrows on archers, even poison arrows on archers are really good on them. Actually, poison arrows don't exist anymore, right? Dang it, I hope poison arrows make a comeback. I keep forgetting, because that was one of my favorite things. And I know, it's messed up, but it's just... Poison in this game works so kind of nefariously well. Where it does, it's not obvious. It's a slow trickle, but just the background chaos it causes is such a big deal. And honestly, I feel like that's probably one of the big frustrations for newer folks. Alright, there we go. That is another problem sorted out. Goodbye, Mr. Dragon. This should be safe. See, the cool thing about getting Rampart Aura all the way up to rank 4, basically you get 2 tiles of safety. So if somebody is trying to go up to the side of you, they would have to spend both of their turns, because the first one would presumably be out of range. Second one would get stuck in your outer bubble, and then they would require a third turn to be able to actually finish you off. So that's handy in these kinds of situations. You can kind of predictably range them. Otherwise, anything before that, well, instead of getting stuck here, they would just get stuck here, and then they can just end you, so that's not great. Yeah, this should be relatively safe. Come on, crit. Oh. Worth a shot. They're going Book and Shield. They're still going to have knockback options. See, the funny part is, if you have knockback and you have a shield with a effect on there, you can still get your knockback while making use of that secondary effect. So knockback is actually really good on shield builds. And I've considered using that for this run before, but haven't yet. Haven't yet. I really should get a guaranteed knockback move. It's something I use all the time casually, but for some reason I just haven't used much for this run. So we don't have a counter right now. There is a chance for an insta-kill on you. Please crit this. Dang it. Actually, yeah, knockback spellbook build is pretty devastating, all things considered, because like, even with how strong this guy is, there's just a constant paranoia right now of just instant death. Due to frickin' fairies. And actually, yeah, even with all of his stats and everything, he still does 1 damage with a summon against this thing. So, I mean, all things considered, despite all attempts to completely break the game, we can do a lot of damage, but only in one way so far. There's certainly, well, I mean, with this build right now, there's certainly other options, but yeah, it's never going to get to the point where the formula just completely snaps in half, and that's one of the reasons I love the system so much. I mean, in both versions, it's just, it gets most of the way to broken, and then, you know, it just kind of stops, and it's like, no, I'm going to be sane for a little bit, you know, it's fine, I'm not going any farther here. Yes! Nice. Take that, priest. Oh, what'd you do on your weekend? Oh, just threw rocks at priests. You? Had a barbecue. Why are you throwing rocks at priests? Anyway. Really dire implications aside. Come on, give me them crits. I'm pretty sure we can't flagellate this one. Yeah, 182, it's not going to do it. Could shackle. Armageddon's probably, yeah, Armageddon's neutered right now. Come on, crit. Nice. Suck it, little flappy birds. Welcome to gravity. Oh, I'm gonna be so pissed if he gets charmed, walks to a corner, and gets shield bashed off. Oh, you are not in that corner right now. You gotta be kidding me. Get away from that edge. What are you doing? Like, okay, they've got 2 turns, hopefully. We got problems. We got problems. I'm about to insta-die from a freaking fairy, because they... Oh, God, dude. You better not. You better not. Son of a dick. Alright, we're doing it a bit different this time. We got Siege for improving strength on the same turn. We got Steadfast to not get shield bashed by the final fairy on the frickin' map because they rolled like a 30% charm. We got a charm ward here, so we don't have to worry about that. And yeah, we are running the same Abernalis thing, but we're going for full augment air, including the air choker. We're basically making the tornado here. Alright, so frustratingly, everything just barely survives, well, a full finisher here. So, pretty much we're back to the cliff strategy. Alright, there we go. They made a mistake. Now he goes bye-bye. Yeah, I can't say we're getting too crazy of a result off this Wind Choker, so the build itself is fine, like, just building for Flagellation is just fine. And the Wind Choker, though, we're not getting too much scaling off it. Because on paper it does 15% bonus damage, that's good. But we're not really getting that much. Like, the final amount seems to just be doubling our basic attack, so whatever. Either way, there's another one. Okay, so this didn't quite go how I was planning it would. Original plan was actually to hopefully be 36 by this point, get the Dragon Slayer, equip Dragon Slayer, and one-shot this guy, but... oh well, I guess we don't have that. So... screw it, I guess we're sticking with the whip then. Actually, do we have any anti-dragon anything? Because yeah, Azure would also work pretty well. It is also similarly one level off. That is a bit of a bummer. This could be useful. The Magician. I mean, that's a pretty decent amount of attack on that thing. It's anti-people damage, though, but might be something. Basically, if you're going for a one-shot with Dragon Slayer, if you have anything to boost that particular damage type, like right here, like 80% bonus on top of Dragon Slayer, on top of everything else, would be stupid. Like, it'd just be straight up busted. But okay, we're gonna go for this then. Actually, you know what? Screw it. We'll just go Whip. We'll just go Dark Whip and hope for the best. And yeah, I think we're pretty safe here. We got 1 down, 2 down, 3 down, almost down, half down. Almost sounds like a financing pitch. Plus, this isn't building up their TP, so we should see maybe a couple big hits. Take a little bit of time to recover, and then we're pretty much good to go. Alright, apparently he is not immune to stun. How about that? Okay, please stop critting. These are all 55%. This is as low as their odds can get. And they just keep landing their hits anyway. Please stop hitting your minimum odds hits. Okay, there we go. We're good. Now, first off, out of curiosity, can we just Flagell win? No. That's fine. We can just heal out of it, collect some cards, you know, wait for all of their special moves to blow over. All that kind of thing. Man, the AI is so dang random at times. It's unbelievable. Like, this exact scenario played out so many times in Palace of the Dead, you have no idea. Like, you just get to the very last move, the final thing that had to be done, somebody will roll some low % odds, and suddenly you're just sitting there like, I need to go etch cave paintings into this pillar, and also eat some crackers, and, I don't know, do everything but cure the charm that I usually do. But there we go, that's the win. Magnificent! Beautiful. Game in that bag, we're done here. That is enough crafting books. We don't need another crafting book. No more of that garbage. So we have all of them. Well, we don't have literally all of them, but this is all that I'm ever going to bother getting. And I think that about sums it up for the temples. Sure, technically speaking, we could go out of our way and get the rest of them. Gonna go ahead and not do that. Anyway, before the kiddos get up here, let's take a quick look, see what we're looking at. Alright, so the 2H enchilada gave us the rune, so we can... well, you get a light sword. Sure. I mean, Gilgamesh is probably going to be the most useful of these. Got a stasis blade. I'm not going to make that. There's no point. We got a... basically, Gilgamesh and Rune Blade are the only ones I'm going to bother with. And the Rune Blade I need a Worm Whisker for. Is there any reason that I want to get one? I mean, it's good. It's just... I mean, right now we have the Megiddo. With the Dragon Slayer, we have the Megiddo. It would be good to have a Light Aug one. I gotta go do more for Rampa. Anyway, let's go see what else we have at this point. Alright. We also picked up... I think we picked up the Cudgel, right? Cudgel Enchilada, so we got all these if we want them. Actually, wait, we already had this, didn't we? I think we already had the Cudgel Enchilada. I'm not even sure if that's what we got. Okay, we got Holy Comet and Grimalkin. Actually, Holy Comet might do the job for Sambronza. Because basically the deal is you want to be using the same element as whatever's being done there, except for the elemental temples where you want to use the opposite. So basically the two big ones, so Sambronza and Palace of the Dead, you want to be using their relevant thing. So we need to go get Worm Whiskers anyway. So I guess one way or the other I'm going to go do some Farumpa. So I guess that's just going to put a little bit of a hold on moving forward on this one until I get those. Dandy. Whatever, we'll get on that. I still haven't picked up Snake Charmers. Apparently Tooth and Claw is somewhere in there too. We'll pick that up at some point. Is there anything from here? Sage's Mitts. Probably not going to bother with that. I just love how every different run has such completely different actual priorities. We could pick up the Hyperion. I don't think he can ever even use this, can he? I don't think Denim can use this anymore. I'm not sure. I mean, we need to go grab a dragon's butt somewhere anyway, so... Either way, that's probably going to be a no. And... alright. So let me go off-screen that real quick. See you in the next one. Or, I guess, see you in, like, 2 seconds. Alrighty, so it's done. Obviously, the level is a decent bit higher from before, but just a quick little note for anyone looking for a Worm Whisker. If you're looking for the best way to get it, it seems like, yeah, I would have thought it would have been Farumpa Wildwood, just to, like, go for all the dragon maps. In vanilla, I always tended to get a drop of one of those there, but either way, do not do that. Additionally, you could originally go to Mount Hadon and get one there. Technically speaking, you can, but it's basically... Okay, everything's been reshuffled a bit, okay? Basically, fastest way is to go to Mount Hadon and just repeatedly steal from every dragon, and you'll get one. Basically, from what I can tell, some of them you could literally do about 5, 6... I don't think 6, but about 5 steals in a row, and then you'll just sort of get one. It seemed like they had different preferences and different orders and everything, but either way, we got the Gremlkin, and it's actually a better situation than I originally thought. Because, yeah, this... see, originally I was getting this thing because it scales dark, it's got a people bonus. It's a pretty solid weapon overall. I mean, overall, if we're looking damage-wise, like if we're just looking for straight damage, the Azure Whip has an extra 11 attack on it, plus an intelligence bonus, so if we need to go caster at some point, that will be the better one to go for, which, by the way, Azure completely rips apart dragons. That 40% bonus is no slouch. But that all said, the actual benefit of this is a bit better than I thought, because we can actually put away the cleric pants, and we can put away the we can actually reintroduce the wing boots. This thing comes with a stun ward. This thing over here has stop ward. That gives us pretty much resistance to the big shutdowns that we're going to run into. I don't know when this got stun ward. I don't know if it had it the whole time. If it did, I completely forgot that it did. But yeah, this is fantastic. This is the second time in a row that a solo of this game has resulted in figuring out that there's an immunity on an item that I was completely unaware of. But I've changed everything up a little bit. I've started introducing Siege a bit more because it does scale up the dark damage that we get off this thing significantly. I've seen finishers for this thing range into the 800 range before even maxing out. So that's pretty fantastic. I mean, again, I just want to be clear, this guy is way stronger than any character should be at this point, or at any point in the game. But it's, you know, solo stuff. Stuff's gonna go weird when you solo a game. We're pretty close to the actual theoretical maximum that he could ever achieve, though. Like, stat-wise, it doesn't even make sense to power grind from where we are. He already does a ton, and he's already got stats in the 80s. So his resistance is 14 points away from maximum. His strength is 18 away from maximum. Vit is 22 away from max. So we'll probably get that before the end of the game. I'm not going to go out of my way for anything. But here we are. So this is the current build, Rampart Aura with Deflect to deal with both melee and ranged. And there goes whatever that was. What was that? Random? Okay. Alright, back to it. Probably cut that part out. But yeah, Og Dark. This does actually mean that we get an extra point or an extra skill slot out of this whole thing. Basically, we're saving a skill slot on not needing stun or stop immunity. We could potentially swap some stuff out as needed. Keeping Steadfast on there for the time being because we're going to need it a lot coming up. And without any further ado, actually, there's one more further ado. I went ahead and picked up all the consumables that we'll realistically need. Just kind of blew the bank on that. I don't expect to use ginseng very much. This is going to be very oddly specific. Like, I spent a bunch on these before, and then I ended up using like 4 in the entire of the Palace of the Dead. It's literally only for situations where something's on a cliff that I can't reach, but it is within 2 tiles, so I can use Armageddon for it. I don't expect that to come up too often, so we've got that. Not to mention we've got the flight boots now anyway. Maxed out on healing consumables, got plenty of holy waters if I need them for some reason. Picked up 99 plumes, picked up quite a few meads, and yeah, I think we're pretty much good to go here. We've got plenty of cards if we need anything else. Maxed out on paper dolls in case we ever decide to go full ninja mode. Which actually, speaking of, before we go on, let me go ahead and make sure that we have all of those actually picked up this time. Alright, so it looks like, yes, we have everything mastered in the shop, except for Dead Scream, so we'll go ahead and pick that up. No reason to go and pick up anything extra. I mean, he's the only one that ever needs to learn anything, so we've got everything figured out at this point. Let's do this. Alright, now watch, after all of that training, after all that grinding, after all that build-up, we just get owned by the first enemies we run into anyway. Alright, let's see. And it's raining. That's actually pretty beneficial. I do love that they actually put the sound effects for all this here. Been waiting for you, one man. I don't make threats, I just make threats and leave. Fair enough. It's getting away, time to go solo their entire army. This music, I love Limitation so much, it's such a good theme. Alright, so since we've got the fly boots, the most obvious option, just let the tanks screw themselves over with that tiny little walkway. So many of them end up coming with phalanx, so more than likely they will just get themselves stuck where they are. So we'll go ahead and fly up to the top, deal with all the squishies, build up that TP meter, and go absolutely clown mode with Armageddon. So let's make that happen. See, the one thing, I kind of wish that I would find some hidden use for the Aegir for 2 reasons. For one, I looked up what its name actually means, and it's like the all-consuming ocean, which is freaking awesome. And yeah, it's like a Norse ocean deity, basically. And then for another, just the fact that it's a green whip, it looks so cool. But yeah, look at that damage difference. It's like, oh yeah, I can do 40. Oh, I'm sorry, you got hit back for 500. That's adorable, sir. It's beautiful. And bear in mind, that's before Strengthen, so we turn on Siege at this point. Oh, this should be beautiful. The Revenge. Yeah, we're not even full meter. We can throw out several ridiculously high damage hits. Can we Insta-Flagellate? Yes, we can Insta-Flagellate Mr. Jawed here. Squish. So goodbye to his entire existence. Yeah, we're a little bit stronger than last time. You know, just a little. We've jumped up, like, give or take, I think 30 stat points since last time. We've picked up ridiculously good equipment. I don't remember if I actually covered what makes the Legion armor so good, but it's basically the best middle armor in the entire game. Just bar none. Realistically, there's almost no reason for me not to use it. Almost every class can actually equip it. Even rogues can use the Legion armor. So just in case I never showed this, it's actually my personal favorite, because you get a strength bonus, you get an avoidance bonus, you get a mind bonus, plus health and defense. Plus its weight isn't fantastic, but still, you know, it's 2 higher than a vest, but it's also 2 lower than standard plate. It's also 4 lower than your other standard strength armor, so pretty significant. I mean, it's basically light armor with properties from the other ones, so I really like it. It's one of those weird cases where, just like Morrowind, I'm one of those weirdos that likes medium armor. I'm sure I was probably the only one that played through Morrowind and was like, you know what? I actually like chainmail. This is interesting. Oh. Well, that's a little bit disappointing. I was kind of hoping to finish that guy off, or finish many of them off, in fact. But instead, I went splat, and he stole my loot. Although, he did kind of completely eliminate any odds of reinforcements, so good job. You did, big brain. It's going to work out fantastically for you. Ooh, they're coming in with Scathe too now. That's pretty neat. Yeah, I will say, new Hanging Gardens, I haven't experienced this completely, but from what I have looked through, this is looking real snazzy these days. It is legit a proper endgame dungeon. So that's nice, you know? Right, and there's a full crush mode on that guy. Sweet health you had there. It's gone now. Now, since we can go ahead and... There's probably not even a reason to look at the damage, so let's go ahead and push the death button. Alright, 450, 500, 600. That's neat. Anyway. So, yeah. Oh, so I should explain. As far as why Armageddon is so dang good, it's not like the move is crazy busted. I think I explained this last time. The thing is, whenever there's an RPG like this, and whenever there's something with more complex mechanics, eventually there will be something you can exploit. And the thing with Armageddon is it's basically got fairly low damage for anyone that's normally using it. Like, it's relatively strong in terms of its, you know, its maximum damage potential, but the thing is, you gotta be pretty much surrounded to get the maximum effect out of it, which is not gonna happen in most cases in a normal game, especially not for a whip user. So, instead, it's ideal for the overall placement in a solo, but for another thing, it ends up scaling unusually well with elements. So, or with the dark element in particular. Now, the reason that this is significant in this case is because after you pick up the choker, after you pick up the Gremlkin, after you max out all your augments and things like that, this functionally means that Armageddon can actually surpass two-handers in terms of their bonus damage, because they're stacking so many bonuses that you're never really... I mean, at that point, it's basically kind of the point where it was in vanilla with longbows, where if you've gotten to the point where you've got maxed out ranks and maxed out augments and you've got an elemental longbow, they're just like, yeah, screw it, you earned this. It's basically that. So... yeah, I feel like the whips are kind of doing it for this one. Yeah, so the main takeaway, it looks like we're incredibly strong right now, but it took a long time to get here. Like in most cases, if you're doing a normal run of this game, you would not really have a reason to go power grind to this level. I mean, it's not just a grind for stats, but just stats for... I mean, cards are nice. There really wasn't too many cases where I stopped and looked for cards, because that was kind of cheap. But on more than one occasion, I was going through different dungeons and things like that, looking for, like, let's say, going through Farampa to get the meat items out of there, or stuff like that. So under the restrictions of this run, I can't really go recruit any other characters or anything like that, unless they're plot required. So... yeah, there was a lot of steps to do to get to this point. Had to go through the entirety of the Palace of the Dead and most of the elemental temples. Had to... I mean, I had financial issues for the run for quite a while. It took quite a while to make this build happen. There's many cases where I've had to go pick up skills from multiple other classes to be able to even make this work. So, there's a lot to it. But, anywho. I don't know what you're up to, but there we go. Let's go ahead and remove most of your health. Alright, we're going to leave that as is. There's a version of this with that Zeo build from forever ago, wherein I would put on Mind's Eye and just run into the center of a huge pile of enemy units. We'll do that later. That's actually specifically being saved for one of the hardest fights in the entire run. And I'm not even sure that'll work. Like, right now, it's kind of a tiered system as far as what we're going to do. As of the time of recording this, I don't really know what we're going to be able to pull off. Like, even at this level. So, I'm fairly confident that we'll be able to get through Palace of the... Well, we already did Palace of the Dead, but Palace of the Dead 2. I'm fairly confident that we'll be able to trounce these guys here. I don't know how the end fights are going to go. But, you know, when we're getting multiple KOs with one attack on endgame units, that's when stuff's looking pretty alright. Alright, do we want some avoidance, or do we want... Yeah, I think we want that. But, anyway, I'm fairly certain about this one, especially since the last boss is more of a TP spammer and less of a outright tank. Honestly, either way is perfectly serviceable for what we're trying to do here. I'm probably going to do the same approach that I did for the vanilla run, wherein I just have him attack me first, take a counter, follow up with a finisher, call it a day. I would figure a basic attack plus a flagellation, or even an Armageddon if we get to that point, should be more than sufficient to do him in. Convenient crit. I'll do the job just fine. So, you know, that part's all well and good. From there, I don't know. I don't know how San Bronze is gonna go. I mean, we're gonna do Coda. I'm gonna try to beat Coda 4. I'm gonna try to beat San Bronze, and as part of that, I have to go through Palace of the Dead 2. I mean, we already did pretty much the hardest that Palace of the Dead has to offer. There is a chance that I can get the Fire Crest. The thing is, at this point, I don't even know if it makes sense to get the Fire Crest. I was originally thinking it was going to be completely necessary, and then I only realized over the course of these last few days here that Death Proof doesn't actually handle all debuffs, which I never noticed. So I'm not even sure it makes sense to go for that thing at all. As far as other equipment to get for this run, the only other thing, like unless we're specifically going for something like the Fire Crest, the only other weapon that could potentially be useful for the run is going to be the Notos, which, I mean, would be necessary for that anyway. So I might pick it up, but just not use it. We'll kind of see how it goes. With the Palace of the Dead, it's less a factor of, yes, sure, it's hard as hell, but at this point, it's more of a factor of, do I really want to go through the effort to go get it? So, either way. Like Blackthorn, or Blackmore, sorry, isn't really that much different from Dorgy. I mean, he's basically still a Lich with infinite skeletons. The only difference is you can get the Ogre set there, which might be fun, actually. I might pick up the Ogre set, we'll see. Anyway. Again. I love how their last guy's just running away. Like, nope, I'm off for a swim. Screw all kinds of this. Not what I signed up for. Let's see, these are cases where Levitate is useful. Actually, I forget if Levitate is able to go over water if there's nothing on the other side. It might not be able to. Nice, another lucky crit. Now you might be saying, what the hell is going on with all these lucky crits? Well, that would be the absolutely insano luck you get off the Reaper Ring. It's 20 extra luck. So for all intents and purposes, kind of equivalent to 20 extra, like, crit odds, as everybody rolls for their regeneration over and over and over and over and over. Alright. Where's Levitate? Some Fairy Powder. I probably should have restocked on Fairy Powder. I have other ways to get around. Yeah, there we go. Honestly, levitation and stuff like that does get a little bit underutilized. And, sleep is one of the few things that can still hit us. Oh, you dick. Just slowly just dips into the water. Somehow doesn't wake up from that. That is one of those things that I really wish the game would have done. I mean, sure, it would basically rent... Okay, that entire effect was just hilarious. I know it would mess with the mechanics a bit, but it would have been so cool if when you got put to sleep in the water, you just immediately woke back up. But fair enough, I guess, because they got KO'd. But yeah, we're doing the entirety of Hanging Gardens in a thunderstorm, apparently. Normally the weather's pretty clear for this. I got some grappling hooks. We don't really need those because I've got a grappling hook claw at this point. I've noticed a few characters dropping platinum at this point, and more fancy endgame bows. I've actually sold a few of those. I've pretty much got a complete collection of them at this point, I think. Actually, no, there's still a few that are missing. Alright, onto the spine. This should be a quick and dirty one, because they likely will pile around the middle. And yeah, once you achieve that level where you can allow yourself to be surrounded and just throw everybody off like it's friggin', you know, Kung Pao or something like that, that's really the level where a lot of stuff tends to shift. So, the Reaver, just to get close faster. Hopefully take more turns faster, build up a little bit more TP, take a few attacks. Use some flank, get in the middle of them, get surrounded, use an Armageddon, and then just wipe up. The other benefit at this point is the enemy units actually stop their equipment scaling after a while. So despite the fact that they're 47, they're locked to basic elemental variants and basically Chapter 4 equipment, so brigandines and stuff like that. They get some worm scale items. Again, they get basic elemental weapons, but they don't really go beyond that. There's some special fights where they get some differences, but you know. Also, excellent use of the barricades there from the Fusilier. Supposedly there might be a rebalance of those soon, to maybe give them something else because the AI loves to screw itself. Actually, wait, I forgot we have Steadfast. So we can just go ahead and absolutely dunk on everybody while standing on a cliff. We have researched retractable talons on our boots. Or dew claws? I think it's dew claws. I forget exactly. But the things that cats, velociraptors, and gigantic birds have, that. Really want to protect that hot tub. Just 25%. So such a nice, pleasant theme, you know? Make sure everybody's getting absolutely obliterated here, but you know what? It's fine. Everyone's happy about it. It's just a great day in a thunderstorm to get absolutely squashed by a demented psychopath who's taking out entire armies by himself. Just everyday things. Right. So we turn on Siege. And, yeah, that, like, despite the fact that it takes our points down by 20 and this thing scales off points, yeah, suddenly 566, 525, 397. I know for a full meter we're getting 4K out here, but screw it. At this point, they're just within range to get taken out. It's one less turn that they're taking, so whatever. Dive. That's apparently gonna miss. Beautiful. We'll take a shot. We're deflecting bullets with a whip. Who knows how that works? Also one of the few cases where a barricade will not actually spawn on an impossible tile. That actually would be really cool if it just hung off the cliff, but it does not do that. Maybe they thought about that for this game. Like, maybe they actually do have buoyancy to them, that's why they float underwater. But you can't make them work here. Alright, let's see if a second arm again. Yeah. Just at 100. We're doing 300 of this guy, 200 plus of this guy, 200 plus of this guy. Like, oh, it's so good. And I can't emphasize this enough. This is because we are beyond max rank for augments. Actually, yeah, I think we are. We're basically scaling up a bunch of stats. We have entirely special items at this point. We're not using anything basic anymore. Like, I find it incredibly weird that when it comes to Tactics Ogre, unlike many other RPGs, you have to specifically point out, like, hey guys, my character's overpowered because I did stuff to them. It's not the class or one specific item that's doing this. Just so you know. Meanwhile, in Final Fantasy, they're like, oh, look, I did like 10 billion damage with a walking stick. This is just normal. Don't worry, it's nothing to do with the class. Anyway. Whatever. This guy's trying real hard with the barricades. I'm not sure he realizes that we can fly. Actually, funnily enough, at this point, Drain Heart is one of the most damaging and consistent moves that people can do. On another note, I don't know if it's intentional, but the fact that the whip is different colors and kind of color-coded on these in these different ways kind of reminds me of Symphony of the Night. So they've got one guy that could potentially kind of screw us there, which is that Terror Knight. They've decided to conveniently put him in a box, so it'll take him, I don't know, somewhere in the tune of like 6 turns to actually reach us. So, you know, brilliant plan. That worked out great. Get a bunch of TP from our healer. Even forbidden spells are doing 30 damage. Actually, come to think of it, who the hell cast that? I thought that was the guy that just did Darkstar that did that. Oh, there's another guy in the water. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Well, in that case, that kind of changes stuff a little bit, because I've got another Armageddon built up. And there's 4 dudes right there, and he's conveniently put everyone in a box, so... I mean, if they want a nice demonstration of how ridiculously high our max hit is at this point, I guess we can certainly oblige. Alright, just roll it. This is at half meter, so 530, 520, 400... 2 barricades destroyed, and another 500 on that guy. So we can, in theory... Let's see. We can, in theory, do like 7,000 plus damage. I mean, technically speaking, we can probably do 10k plus. But either way, the numbers don't really exist for that to happen, so whatever. Anyway, that's not healing. That's enough of that nonsense out of you. Let's go ahead and move here. The Terror Knight suddenly cannot get close anymore. What a shame for him. I mean, even if he has Siege, honestly, even frightened at this point, it's far too late for them to pull us back. Life Force, just still one of those abilities that always kind of cracks me up. I'll damage you to charge my MP, and then what are you going to do when I come back and remove your remaining HP? But there we go, he's gone. Just go ahead and face it like this. Because on the, well, if he has Siege, it won't matter, but... Anywho, we can go ahead and throw another one out there, since they apparently don't feel like moving. In fact, we'll just get close, let this guy show what he can do. Or lady, I apologize. Yeah, whatever. Let's see, that would do... somewhere about, you know, whatever, it's not, just do that. 1v1 me, Terror Knight. Okay, so slowed and terrified. And he's double turning me. Trying to go for that double frighten for some reason. Yeah, when you're getting double turned by Paranoid, you know you've taken some pretty intense missteps. Anywho, he's done quite a bit, and she's gone now. But you can see, yeah, Terranites are actually pretty darn scary at this point. They single-handedly did more damage in, well, about 3 seconds than everybody else did the entire match. So, there's that. There's a reason they're one of the few units I'm actually somewhat scared of. We got the Frog Rock. I think I already had one of those. I'm not sure. In fact, let's take a look here. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention this earlier. I actually did pick up the holy versions of everything too. So picked up a Holy Comet for Sand Bronze Shenanigans later, and also picked up a Rune Blade. So we'll realistically probably still be using the Megiddo for all that, just because, like, in terms of stuff that does not get absolutely neutered by Holy being used a whole bunch, it's still going to be one of our better options. But I did pick those up as needed. Fun little note, by the way. I'm not really sure what to make of this, but the Gilgamesh, so the basic wind sword, actually seems to be more, like, overall consistent with its performance across the board than the actual Dragon Slayer. So the Dragon Slayer has something to the tune of like 100 extra attack over it, but just the fact that it augments, or that it scales off air, and with air augments and stuff like that, and being a matching element, like the Dragon Slayer is basically like attacking with a finisher every single round, right? But weirdly enough, across the board, again, the Gilgamesh was still just doing a better job. It's weird. I'm not 100% sure what was going on there, but it might just be a funky way that everything is going with how high this guy's stats are. Second ambush layer. You know, everything about Palace, or not Palace, everything about Floating Ruins kind of makes me think of Dragon's Eyrie from DS2. It's like this giant castle in the sky, the way that the formations are handled, the way that the layout's all set up. The fact that if you're coming back to the thing for the second time, you probably know how to speedrun the entire thing. You know, just that kind of stuff. Now, the fact that I'm turning on Siege on the turn after is intentional, because my hope is that they will not have a full meter built up and they will just do a basic attack instead. Sometimes turning on Strengthen is kind of a bad thing, because it tends to get them attacking you with their finishers immediately. It's kind of the big counter that this game has to big damage, because finishers will... I mean, essentially finishers will in many cases match the big damage you just put out there, but it all varies. Let's see how it goes. Now, another thing I've mentioned before, just to kind of bring it up again, the fact that almost all of the enemies in this one are going to be casting Word of Pain, or Painside in this case, or, you know, Hades, or what have you. Anytime that there's a Dark Elemental thing cast, the maximum damage of Armageddon goes up by a maximum, or by a minimum of, like, 4, so... they're basically boosting up my attacks. That's another one of the reasons that it's so extra. It doesn't seem like much, but it does make a huge difference. And once it's all the way up at maximum, we're looking at maybe 150 extra damage that's just coming from the map itself. And the fact that they've screwed themselves, so that's neat. Inside 3, I think that just increased it by about 6 to 8. Shadowfax should be about another 4. You know, now that I think about it, I don't know when it comes to those kind of moves. I don't actually know if the new moves that Raics put in still count towards that counter, because I would assume they probably would have had some other trigger attached to them. And I'm sure at this point there's some spells in the game that probably aren't really meant to work like they do. Like, most of the spells have stayed in the same spot, but I'm pretty sure there's some that were previously damaging spells that may potentially be boosting something that they shouldn't, but, you know, without extensive testing, there's no way to know. Look at that, they're actually using the big boy moves. They're using the cudgel nuke. Good job. Good job, caster. Actually, I can imagine that cudgel nuke guy over there. That's probably got to be pretty devastating if you're coming in here with a normal party. I mean, resistance is dang near maximum, and we've got a bunch of resistances to light and all that kind of thing. So that'd be doing some pretty insane damage otherwise. You want to go ahead and crit that? Thank you. Basically, he won't be able to heal all of that in one go. Fortified's fading away, so we'll go ahead and sort him out next round. Especially if he's going for all heals. And he ran away. Smart choice, actually. He should be just fine to finish this up. 686. I think we'll just wait a minute. Maybe use some bravery. Big hit. I can respect that. Immediately lose it. Oh well. Oh well. And there we go. Now we can one-shot him. Yeah, that was a difference of just a few points. That's how crazy scaling can eventually go. Yeah, this system is just so beautiful. I love it. And we're almost max level, so we will be max level before we get to the end of this dang thing. I mean, I'm pretty sure many folks have thought that Echoes of Her Passage does sound very... I know it's supposed to be like a funeral thing. It sounds... Okay, this is gonna matter more for people that have, for school or whatever else, read through kind of weird versions of, like, old-timey dirty poetry. But yeah... It's one of those things where a lot of stuff is a double entendre. Like, let's just say before people were completely down for the hanky-panky at all times, they kind of had the whole thing of kind of working it into everything. There's still remnants of that in, like, British culture in general at this point. Just because everything means something else. Just a whole bunch of mundane stuff means exactly that. Anyway, moving on. So we're gonna skip this crap with getting stuck on the stairs. We're just gonna fly up here. Man, going back and experiencing this thing under situations where you've already prepared for it just feels so good. This entire place is meant to be one gigantic last stand ambush type situation, which kind of blows my mind when I've seen folks before, like, it makes no sense, they're all just right there, why are they right there? Because it's their last stand, they're literally hiding in their last fortress. They tell you that before you go here several times. They make sure to point it out when you're entering. You know, all that kind of stuff. Alright. I don't think Latona here will do very much. Nice. Okay, I was kind of hoping to knock them off, but apparently they're a class that can't enter water. And for those that didn't know, any class that can't enter water cannot be knocked into it. It's also the same reason why if you use hover or if you use water walk, it will remain until they get off the water. Because they did not want you to be able to get stuck. It's the same reason that you can teleport using the tarot cards. Because if by some reason you manage to get yourself stuck, odds are pretty good you're going to have one of those laying around. But yeah, the devs did try to think of everything. Oh, you poor bastards. Oh no. It's at 300. See, they say empower. I don't think you can empower a stake. person. Oh, nice, you never get to see Hurricane. Beautiful. Alright, so our strengthen is still there, so we don't need to take the time to do it. Is this the best move? So, no kill, yes kill, yes kill, yes kill. Puts us in fairly big danger, but we can mitigate it somewhat. Just do it. Worst case scenario, oh, he's got a... I didn't realize he had the reflect on him. Well, that's fine. This is still survivable. We're just going to go over here. We're going to take 2 hits from Griffins. As long as we block one of them, we're alive. That was just too awesome of a hit to not do. Granted, I could have just healed him down next turn, but, you know... You can just kind of picture that one scene from Django Unchained. Just like, I had to do it. You understand. You know, I'm really happy that even at max level, this overpowered, that the Griffins are still a major threat. Feels good, man. Feels good. It never occurred to me that these are actually coconut palms that they've got all over the Hanging Gardens. I mean, I know this place was already a comically huge expense, but holy crap. Palm trees are pretty dang expensive. Like, even under today's modern standards and things like that. Like, with stuff being so much easier to do. Transplanting this many palm trees way back then, like, up an entire giant floating fortress thing, like, that is... Ooh. That is rich beyond rich right there. I know they mentioned that this place is super rich, but like, wow. I know. They have a giant flying island fortress. Maybe there's other things to be impressed about here, but just, it kind of blows my mind, to be honest. Anyway, back to hitting stuff. I love when the AI does that. Oh, you took 400 damage, have a medley. Alright, we appear to be in a similar but better situation. Nuke it. It's so satisfying. We're going to go over here and take the card. I don't want them to line themselves up and leave themselves open for another one of those. Not to mention I want those stats. So I will eventually probably want to end up switching over to the Aegir full-time. We'll see. So what I'm thinking... we need a big nuke move one way or the other. Cudgels work, but it's kind of hard to get them scaled up. And once we do Sambronza, stuff like this Grimlichin build will just not be viable, because with every friggin' turn they're going to reduce the damage by 20. And that is going to fall off very quick, so my overall plan here is to kind of see if we can maybe get access to some Draconics and spam those. But we've done the Water Temple. It really would not be the dumbest idea in the world to just potentially go for a water build at that point. I mean, we'll still have access to healing, we'll still have access to getting rid of poison, which any debuffs really... Yeah, I mean, it's gonna go away on its own anyway. Because, yeah, Tabula Rasa. But yeah, we might go for a water build at some point. I really, really want to do that, actually. That sounds like a lot of fun. Not to mention, it would look really cool to be able to do the Blastoise build for Sambronza. There's a lot of cases where it can be useful. Wow. Okay. So like I said, Griffins, still terrifying. should hopefully break them well enough. Alright, so next order of business, as far as I can see it, is to take out the Archer. Archer's going to be a pretty easy one to beat, plus he's trying to actually use silencing arrows. So yeah, it turns out the whole thing with them not using their ninja moves seems to be resolved. That was apparently a bit of an issue for a minute. Either way. Fantastic move right there. He basically just threw the fight in our favor, so that'll do. That was a good Mr. Overconfident Cleric. Dead. Almost dead. Almost dead. That's fine. Yeah, this last wizard here just came in with all the forbidden abilities, and they've been doing a hell of a lot of off-screen training here. Jeez. What do they even have access to? Holy crap. I mean, they've got MP. Okay, everything costs less for them. They restore MP faster. They've got Dark and Ice. They've got Forbidden stuff. They've got Augs at rank 7 and 5. Holy crap. Man, and the friggin' Hanging Gardens wizards are serious these days. Alright, and ahead we go to what is basically the giant hangout room of the Hanging Gardens. See, I kind of wish there were some tables here. I know they didn't add in tables here specifically because, well, it's supposed to be a map and everything, and they probably would have brought out the tables. But it would have been cool to see some, like, square tiles set up as tables or something. But they basically set this map up as, like, this is more or less the party palace of, of the Hanging Gardens. But the place was supposed to be one gigantic funeral home, more or less, but, well, it just kind of wound up being his pimp pad, so to speak. But, anyway. Alright, so this map is actually one of the toughest for the no-skill challenge, just because of the layout of the units here. Obviously, stuff will have changed for One Vision. But, yeah, no, for no skill, this one took me quite a hot minute. And for anyone wondering, since obviously that one is an old as hell video, yes, it will be redone and, you know, re-edited and re-everything as soon as possible. Basically, the plan after these next few runs is to go back and just take a look at all the old runs and convert them into something far more palatable for today's taste, for sure. Alright, we still have our Strengthen. I think we can just go ahead and drop it over here, whatever that number happens to be. Actually, can we... Oh, you know, we can actually get their healer out of here. Alright, that should make this one go way faster. See, that's the nice thing about Siege. As much as it does reduce movement and things like that, and it might seem a little bit backwards to have a Flight Ring as well as Siege, because it's basically, you know, two completely opposing ideas. Just being able to ignore Rampart Aura and get access to targets like this when the AI thinks they're safe is pretty darn good. As we can see here. Well, as we don't see from the breath attack, that would have been completely ruinous, but, you know, we're fine. We're fine. It's great. Everything's great. We're somehow just dodging stuff left and right. It's just somehow not an issue. Don't worry about it. Please crit this. Nice. Man, this is going awesome. RNGesus is in a good mood today. How the hell do you have points for an Empower already? He must have Tactician. Alright, time to get one shot by a Hydra then. Yeah, you saw that right. That was 240 damage from a basic attack from a Hydra. Yeah, they do big damage when empowered. And it's not even an optimized one. Like, this one's pretty strong, sure. But, like, it gets even more insane than that. Can't quite one-shot, can't quite one-shot. Nothing can get one-shot. That's tragic. So if you didn't know, there's hidden doors all over the Hanging Gardens, and they let you take different paths throughout the entire thing. It's like, it's another one of those cases where you see folks mentioning, like, oh, it's an endless gauntlet with nothing that you can vary in between. Like, no, there's a bunch of different paths through and whatever, but it's just not really in your face. Alright, this may be an odd detail, but in terms of the weapon naming conventions and stuff like that for OV in particular, I kind of feel there's one thing that could be improved, and that would be the name of the water sword there. I forget what it's a reference to, the Bakanangwa or whatever it was. I'm pretty sure, by the name of it, it sounds like some Samoan sea god or something, which, okay, fair enough, reference and all that. Makes me wonder, though, because it's okay. When it came to the basic elemental versions that everybody else had before, one of the things you saw as a regular thing is just the fact that, aside from the fact that the store reflected their kind of overall popularity in the market, I know, weird details and whatever, but aside from that, you also noticed that there was, there was generally, aside from like the Colcrium or something like that, which it still rolls off the tongue nicely enough, but generally speaking, you still saw that they had a relatively easy to remember name. Wait a minute, I used the wrong one. They had a relatively easy to remember name and all that kind of thing. That said, like the Kamanangu or whatever, it always sticks out to me as just kind of a really awkward name to say. I don't know if that's just me, but I don't know. You know what? Screw it. Let's go for the. I'm gonna go for the hydro pump. Getting all poison and crap. It's just, I just feel like the name alone would be a reason that many folks may not use it. Like the Barbarossa, awesome, cool name, lots of units use it. The Colcrium, it rolls off the tongue, sounds really cool. You got the Dragon Axe or the Terror Axe in the original. Great, fantastic, cool names. The Frog Rock sounds awesome. Bonkonguangwa, no, not so much. I mean, Musket for Balbriggan sounds cool. I guess Katavana, okay, whatever. It's weird wizards anyway. They probably want the quirky stuff. But yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't really roll off the tongue. And he goes for the antidote. Of course he does. Yeah, they've got two over there that basically have no health up. Ooh, wow, Delirium Haze has some range. I did not realize that. But they have, for the most part, completely locked themselves up from this unit up here, so I really might as well just take advantage of the opportunity. Thank you, Fusiliers. Wow, that was poorly planned. Okay. Grab your goats, your floats, I suppose. See, I was gonna hop down, and you know what? I've got another flight. I can lock them in place, basically guarantee this. Got 400 health, what kind of... Okay, they've got some stuff on them. They're probably gonna go for the Delirium Haze anyway. Has a chance for Charm. Like, pretty much anywhere I go, I'm going to be within range of Delirium anyway. We just go balls out here, or what? Like, this will guarantee best odds to not get hit. We do need this Vit card before we go. They pretty much all got turns. So I can just do, like, a full breakout here. Risky. Alright, we're gonna back up. Hopefully they can't use the Delirium. I just don't want to risk it at this point. After what happened with Griffins, I just don't want to risk it. And yeah, at this point they're just tearing down their own stuff. Start. Raics. So what I'm thinking at this point, they might get... Oh, no, I guess they won't. I was going to say they might try to get themselves close, but it doesn't look like it. The Fusilier is now mad at the Warrior for squashing their barricade, So they've decided to go trap them inside, as they do. Alright, so kind of looking over the situation here. We've got two that are way over that way. I'll probably save the big nuke for them. I keep re-upping Siege, hoping that it'll give us what's needed here. Wow. That Fusilier is really antisocial. Alright, couldn't have planned this any better. Let's go down here. Maximum power, 860, 885, 549. Nothing's coming out of this. Total overkill in all directions. Alright, nothing left but mop up on this stage. Trent tried to go ahead and go for a Wisp against the Fusilier here, but I mean, his casting stats are still so low that, and the fact that we're getting negatives from Prevailing Dark at this point, which is, what's it at this point? Yeah, it's still at rank 1 here, but still. His summons can only do like 61 per attack, so it's whatever. It's probably going to be enough to finish off the Hydra, though. But there we go. Whip Dragon, and we're done here. You know, I keep forgetting to check if there's actually an active effect on this whip. Because I want to say it used to have, like, MP leech or something at some point. I'm not sure it has that anymore. Oh, I forgot to check the other... screw it. Whatever. Halcyon Days isn't bad. That's the double pool map. Actually, that's the one that was terrible for the, that one. So then we got Halcyon Days, we got Undead Hell. Or no, we got Chicken Hell, then Undead Hell, then we got, Bowling, and then we got the final map there. Get rid of the rogue before they're a problem. Basically, any low-hanging fruit are going to be the go-to for this one. And we can go to exactly where that bag is, make use of their own trap against them, and move on from there. But yeah, the reason that this one was actually so much of an absolute dumpster fire for no skill was because of the ninjas there. It's like, without anatomy, without any weapon skills, without any fortifies or anything in vanilla, yeah, them suckers are just going to tear you right apart, and that's what just kept happening. So it was kind of rolling for war darts to work over and over. At least the odds are tracking for that move this time. Yeah, you can definitely see, like, with OB, once we have the optimized teams and everything, where they've actually got Tactician and they've got their augments and things like that, they are scary. Alright, beautiful. The plan worked out. So now we go up here, we take the stairs. We're well out of range for them to do much that's effective. I would think about taking that tile, but they will essentially wholly away those trees, so that's not going to be very good cover. So what we're going to do is take our heal 3s, take a few smaller heals just to have some time to recover. Normally, you don't get that overwhelmed with damage in a lot of cases. Like, that is just straight up boss level damage output coming from these guys, so... you know, not exactly set up for it. In cases where we've needed to tank this hard before, I've replaced some items with, or replaced one of the item pieces with Holy Crown just to have some Absorb MP to be able to keep spam healing. In this particular case, Flight ended up being more useful anyway. And, I mean, you basically can only use it for one round, as it were. Jump plus Fairy Scale, though, is actually effective in some cases, because that's effectively +3 jump. So 5 tiles gets you into a lot of places. But, because yeah, his natural jump is 2, so yeah, it would get us up to 5, so like, right here, that jump would be possible. From here to here, that jump would be possible. But anyway. Can we armor this guy, actually? Kinda, sorta. It wouldn't build up any points. I don't think that's their healer that's acting next. So just go ahead and blow the meter on the thing. Go ahead and take this tile over here, see if he decides to attack. And then from there we'll go ahead and take the stairs. Probably stay in this general area. You got a melee? Yeah, you do. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's what you like to see. We can make use of that tree for cover until it gets blown away in a moment. Yeah, Adonis for that dragon sounds about right. And Dickhead still on top. Taking my few int bonuses. Yeah, there's no way in hell we ever would have done this before Palace of the Dead. Not solo, anyway. Open the tabula, gonna hope he melees. He probably won't. We'll see if he chooses to for some reason. I'm gonna try to stay within range for the dragon, waste some of his points. Okay, one of them has decided to just go full support mode. Yeah, he's just going for ice over, and that's fine. Kind of hoping he'd melee, but it's fine. Curiosity, though. That's handy. Because again, you know, damage boost every time they do that. But, okay. And that's what he's going for it. So he is basically an Ice Burst build. Rank 7 Augs, got MP Infusion, got Aug Ice, got his bursts, got his Ice Staff. That's pretty cool. Do like to see that the Fencer burst builds were worked in here. Don't suppose the dragon wants to get close too? Good miss. That will eventually hit, so I'm not really holding out too much hope there. So Arma probably won't be worth it, but Flag will be. Not entirely sure why this can do so much to them, but... Yeah, that one actually was a dude. See, I can get it right sometimes. Things that make dating awkward 101. And all that other stuff said, it's really time for this healer guy to be done and over with. So Arma won't be enough. Flag... Wait, really? Okay, cool. Unstrengthened Flag will be enough. Goodbye. And now we just 1v1 a dragon. As you do. Of course, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Theoretically, who wins? Denim in this game, or Ashley from Vagrant Story? It's kind of, I kind of figure it's one of those situations where they have almost all the same options, so it might be too close to call. Next up is Chicken Hell. This is the one that can have ridiculous amounts of cockatrices, and in fact, get the people bonus off this one. Don't we have a beast bonus off the Avernalis? No, that's got a lizard bonus. Man, I'm really tempted to just go for something different. Just what has a beast bonus? Might have had a fairy bonus? Oh, maybe this does have a purpose. So earlier I was saying there was no reason to make an anti-fairy weapon because most of the fairies can get squashed in one hit. So stuff like the Stasis Blade or whatever else with a 60% bonus against fairy stuff. Not just Fae, yeah, it's specifically fairy units. Some of the temple bosses are classed as fairies. I mean, there's the Gilgamesh. Yeah, you know, it's great. It's a very easy transition into that. This is kind of why I like doing it this way. Because you only have to worry about 2 slots as opposed to changing your entire build and then you forget something and have to redo it. It's also the reason that I'm not going for the choker. Because then you go for the choker, you get a bit more damage, but you have to redo another part of the build if you build it wrong. Alright, so we're going to be a bit slower, but we should be able to one-shot the cockatrices, which is going to be a big deal here. Alright. So, now we see the benefits of using the proper anti-whatever weapon against anti-whatever it happens to be. Because, yeah, I'm not even going to look at the damage. We have just killed 3 cockatrices on our second turn. Some of these will probably have reflect damage on them. Let's see how this goes. Dead, dead, dead. Alright, so, taking 280 in retaliation damage, not ideal. But, given that we're hasted, given that most of their units are pretty far away and probably don't have too many ranged options built up, yeah, and given our evasion's already really high, I think... Don't roll that 25%, thank you. Like, barring... Yeah, okay, it should be good. We just barely pulled that off. It's not really the ideal way to go about it, but you know what? It is a way to avoid a whole lot of trouble. And you might think I'm blowing that out of proportion, but I'm serious. The cockatrices here are just a horror show. If you let them have a couple turns, they will petrify you forever. If they don't petrify you, they will do the same thing the Griffins did, and it's almost guaranteed that you're going to get all 3 of them here. It can potentially go up to 4, I believe. That's why I call it chicken hell. But yeah, and at least in vanilla, and like even in vanilla though, they could double turn you. They could do the petrification thing. Yes, you can make yourself immune to petrify. Even then, like I said, the damage is just insane. Honestly, at that point, you're almost better off getting petrified because it's going to be about the same number of turns until you get your next turn anyway. All right, so we can retry this another time. I missed something hilarious. Which is just the fact that, yeah, they already dropped a phalanx over there, which might potentially cause all their units to be stuck. It's not really perfect by any means yet. But, you know, it's pretty entertaining all the same. And we're going out of their way to collect our garbage. Dang it. Probably one of those, maybe. I mean, they're all from cockatrices, so they were probably just a bunch of boulders, but still, it's annoying. I do love how the Beastmasters keep getting into 2-tile range because they know they won't get a counter there. It's such a nice little quirk of the AI that they know to do that kind of stuff. It's like they know how to try to avoid counterattacks, but they won't always necessarily do it. Like, you've probably noticed spear users will get into melee range a lot. Which is probably just kind of a... I think it's a spear-only thing, because for most of the other ones they will try to evade counterattacks, and especially as the game goes on. I feel like they try to avoid counterattacks more and more, and maybe it was something specifically about the fact that the spear uses the 2 tiles that are closest to them without any dead zones. Because when you switch over to the ones with a dead zone, they seem to like using their long range option more. When you have the ones with just the 2 tiles, they seem to occasionally have like, I'd say 30-40% chance to just go for melee anyway. But well, for a fact, you can't heal almost 600, so there's that. So one more just standard hit should take him out, although I am slowed, I forgot about that. And I stumble. I don't know if anyone else sees this stumble thing and immediately hears that one song from church. It was like, stumble, stumble, stumble. Although, that being said, being in a church choir probably makes you remember that stuff more. I'll be honest, even as somebody that sang church music a whole lot growing up, it really does all sound very samey. Alright, the one way they can pull this back now is if this guy crits and then gets a finisher that lands. Is he gonna do it? Can this Beastmaster turn this insane run around? He hit it. A finisher might actually do the job here. Oh, he's not gonna get his turn. Okay, fine. Well, he blew it. Too slow, buddy. We're not even silenced anymore. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. Just gonna take this loot before he can. Which is pants. Everybody's just dropping their pants for the one man over here. Sounds weird to put it that way. Alright, new plan. This healer is getting too annoying. We're gonna try to one-shot him instead. It's just gonna be faster. Because this guy's basically the equivalent of a sidearm hoplite. And that is a lot of tank. Plus he's got Fortify, so that really ain't helping matters. Oh, okay. He has decided to feed himself. They've both decided to do... Okay, they've just sort of given up hope. Fantastic. So bear in mind, this is unaugmented right now. I don't know why I keep going to that many every time. Prevailing Earth. There's probably some Prevailing light in there. But yeah. 538, not even using that element. So earlier I was showing that I picked up the Rune Blade as well. There's one potential idea that I'm thinking will work very well for Sand Bronze later. Like I've got a lot of different ideas in mind for different parts of it. But one of the ideas in particular is to essentially just go for a Holy Cross, you know, a Rune Blade kind of setup. Main logic there being that, yeah, they're going to spam a whole lot of holy abilities, they end up getting scaled up pretty darn well, so, you know, do all that kind of thing. This next one's going to be all full dark, so back to whips. Alright, so that'll be that for this session. We've got 2 maps left until we get to the boss, then we have 3 more, and then the final boss, so we're getting there, everything's looking real good so far. It's been relatively smooth, aside from that fiasco with the Griffins. And, yeah, we're getting there. Very, very much getting there. We've picked up another point of Vit along the way. So, very confident that by the end of it we'll get everything we need. I really, really like this build, because most melee stuff we can basically... Like, if they've got a 2-tile range attack, then we get a guaranteed counter on them. Pretty good chance to dodge it. Basically, stuff like boulders, heavy arrows, what have you, ends up being way more of a threat at this point, so deflect tends to work pretty darn well. Like in most cases, we can simply overpower stuff that gets into close range. So I kind of feel like this game needed what I've seen some other games do, where it's just like visual bubble indications over their different strength areas. I feel like it would work very well for this game, but anywho. Alright, so that'll be that for this session. Probably won't be much of a break for you, but it's going to be a few hours or a day or 12 for me. So, anyway, see you soon. It has really been a while. Alright, good ungodly hour, any folks that happen to see this immediately for some reason. Yeah, we're going to be doing part of the final part of this run here as a bit of a stream type situation. Why? Well... It's ridiculously late. Long story short, had a very long day, and yeah, I was just kind of too wired to sleep, so I figured, screw it. Let's go ahead and do some one man, one goal, one vision. So here's the deal. For anyone kind of catching up at this point for one reason or another, there's been several hours since the previous part, and this is kind of where all of the levels wound up, and as expected, ended up going Lord in the end here. Did end up going to make that second route back for the Grimalkin, which, yeah, that was a whole thing. Like, again, I kind of doubt anyone needs to be caught up at this point, because this is eventually going to be a video anyway, but if for some reason that's necessary, yeah, let's just say at one point there was like a dozen clerics in one room, and the whole goal became how to possibly kill 12 endgame clerics. Yeah, it was a whole adventure. Long story short, ended up getting smacked off a cliff and instantly died after figuring out that puzzle, so that was fun. But general build at this point is the old whip nuke, basically made entirely possible by this gear right here. So Grimalkin here with Stun Ward allows for putting away the blue necklace, allows for getting a good bit of extra anti-people damage, which is going to be pretty handy here. Legion Armor, good mix of avoidance and strength. Basically, it's like a mix of medium and light armor. For this kind of situation, I would say it's hands down the best, no questions asked. There's some very specific circumstances where I may switch over to something like the Phantom Cloak. Like specifically if I need to be really, really fast, then I would switch over to this. Or if we're having issues with casters again, though as you may have noticed, natural resistance is 86 at this point, so we're pretty well beyond that. Wing Boots for avoidance and flying, and then Reaver Ring for sweet Jesus, that's so many good stats. Anyways, yeah, the Reaver Ring, definitely worth going out of your way to get at this point. But anywho. I don't really expect too many folks to actually show up for this stream because A, middle of the night, and B, well, I kind of announced it several days ago and had no clue when I would actually do a stream, and then I kind of just realized on the way back here that, hey, promised to do one of these, and then just kind of didn't, because I've been really busy the last few days. Anyway, moving on. As you can see, we're already in the Hanging Gardens, so let's do this thing. Basically mixed together Cleric and White Knight, missing some of the offense of the White Knight, missing some of the defensive prowess of the Cleric, but you know what? It's good enough. Generally speaking, this is the one build right now that can actually pull this off. The Warlock gets close and has some pretty good regeneration on it, but it can't really pull off as many things at the same time. Really... This is something that only the Lord unit can do. Pretty much what it all comes down to is who exactly can potentially get built up for what. Like, what kind of augments do they have available to them, and all that kind of thing. Like, for example, Clerics get so very close to being able to make something like this work, and potentially, if with a Holy Comet in hand, might be worth pursuing under some circumstances, but... Lord can basically do the same thing with better gear options, so there's that. Their stats are definitely lower, so, you know, something to consider. We'll just try to avoid any potential falling areas here. But basically this build is entirely about survivability up until the point when we just, like, run up and nuke things. Been kind of going back and forth between a few different skill options here and there. But generally, for a map like this, all I want to do is set up a choke point, repeatedly beat down whatever's over there, and then we'll, you know, go from there at that point. Now, another thing that you may notice by this point is, hey, we're not on the Vita anymore. We're an emulator. What happened? Sold it. Basically, I kind of just realized that as much of it, as much as it was a cool thing to stream, stream off the Vita and all that kind of thing, I just kept finding myself not trusting the memory card over and over, for one thing. For another thing, and you may have gotten that sense from the last video there as well. See, it's the last video as of right now. It probably is ages ago by the time this actually ends up coming out, but oh well. Anyway, so yeah, if you happen to see the rating the starting parties thing, what on earth is going on with the emulation right now? That was weird. Anyway, So yeah, the thing was, it's convenient to stream off of Vita and all that kind of thing, but it just kind of became this moment where their price suddenly shot up instantly, as soon as all of those like Android VPK drops and things like that kept happening. For anyone kind of out of the loop on that one, it suddenly was discovered that they could potentially cause the thing to read a bunch of games that would normally only work on phones. Which suddenly meant stuff like San Andreas and KOTOR and whatever else were available on a Vita, which is, you know, fine, but basically you have to have originally owned the original thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's actually a really good feature of that whole situation. But it's just with... It doesn't matter how many new features the thing gets, I kept running into the same issue where pretty much any memory option on it was going to eventually have some issues. And so, yeah, it kind of just became this thing where I was figuring this... Well, I'm not going to end up keeping the Vita forever. It seems to be this thing where I keep starting stuff on it, and then it just... I can't actually finish off runs on it because it'll end up having some kind of issue, one way or another. I was looking at my PSP, since I was fixing up like 4 different PSPs recently, and I was looking at the one that I kept, and was like, I have had the same memory card on this thing since like 2005. If this sucker can survive 16 dang years, yeah, I think it's safe to say that's probably going to be the safer one to stick with. Because, funnily enough, you can actually do the same thing on a PSP that I was doing with the Vita. And the only things I actually played on the thing were PSP games, so when I went and, did a comparison of a 3000 model and the Vita's screen, it really is not that big of a difference. Ultimately just decided that was just going to be the way to go. Alright, so we are running into a very clear problem here, where this guy can heal them for 800 damage, and we cannot do that much. That's problematic. I do have some options available, though, so we'll explore those momentarily. I'm hoping that I don't have to go the Silverado route, because I don't have that many Lord Marks, so I can't really skip out on too many fights like that. So, there's that. Hi there, Christotep. It's been absolutely ages. Yeah, it's definitely been a very, very long time since any one of these streams ended up happening. By the way, as you can tell, despite being completely, disgustingly powerful, yeah, this guy still sucks as a caster, so that's not really going to be a thing. Out of curiosity, how much damage can we do here? So we can hurt this guy, we can hurt this guy, and it's barely worth it. Actually, it's just not really worth it at all. Should probably just go for something like this. And there we go. But yeah, so going forward, going to be sticking with the emulator for this kind of stuff more than likely. Eventually, going to go up to a kind of PSP type setup because I really like using original hardware, even if it doesn't always make sense. Like with the PSP, for those that didn't know, you can actually, like, those things out of the box came with a streaming option for some reason. Couldn't tell you why, because that, like, no one friggin' ever used it. It's kind of like how you had the Virtual Boy with a link cable that literally not a single game supported. Pretty much same deal going on there, where almost nobody actually used these things. Supposedly it was for UMD movies and things like that. So that's kind of fun. And it actually, I think, let's see, I think the 1000 models had some specific model that they needed to use. The 2000s barely worked with the the component cables, which is kind of the reason that I never really looked into it very much, way back when, because I had those component cables even when I, had my original PSP and all that kind of thing. And yeah, it just made this little box in the center of your screen, which was really cool on a projector, I gotta say. But overall, yeah, no, it wasn't really something to pursue there, because it was really tiny and you couldn't really see much with it. Which is why I ultimately ended up just getting rid of those things, and then, find out later that, yeah, if you have a 3000 model, it apparently turns into a whole full-screen thing, so as soon as I get one of those, that can essentially convert to a box, which can then convert to this thing, which can mean we can go back to original hardware again, although it should be a better quality this time, and I missed a couple texts. See, one man is a very hard challenge, dang right it is. This is going to be a little bit weird because there's a couple parts that I recorded before this, because I was kind of doing it all as one big video, as kind of just like one big finale, just like last time, which is what this is going to be a part of. And yeah, just kind of decided to do a stream for the final part of this thing. And I think we're actually going to end up having to take a step back here, put away the Lord build for a moment, and go back at it with a Silverado Cleric. Because, yeah, that is a whole lot of recovery. This guy's built for outlasting stuff, but when that stuff is immortal, yeah, it's a bit of a problem. Let's see, good luck. Pretty sure that a full year since the first time or since the last time I saw you stream. Hope all is well. It has definitely been an incredibly long time, and yeah, a third kiddo is born. Actually, the only reason that I even have a moment to stream at the moment is simply because we didn't have anyone to watch the animals. So, long story short, there was the means to essentially continue working and watching the animals and all that kind of thing for a little bit. So yeah, ended up doing that. All right, so there's a couple options here. Basically, what we were running into, well, I say a couple. There's actually 3 options to deal with this particular situation. So, for one thing, they don't really have any true status recovery options, if I recall, which means that we can potentially use Priest here, but basically we have Cleric, who's probably going to be the most appetizing option. Obviously, you got Exorcisms, you got a few backup moves, and we can go Pistol for Silverado, meaning we can occasionally just snipe stuff for a whole ton of damage. Basically, that's a like anti-undead handgun move. Priest, or actually, wait, is it Priest that has that? I completely forget at this point. It's been so dang long. Let's go ahead and double check. That is in fact Priest, not Cleric. Okay. Right, the main downside of using Priest over Cleric was just the fact that they didn't have Tabula Rasa. So, Tabula, absolutely fantastic for getting out of sticky situations. They didn't use a lot of debuffs there, so we're probably going to go Priest. Other option here is just to go White Knight. It's barely better. Like, I think other than their Exorcism being a free haste, I don't know. They're kind of a solid downgrade across the board right now, actually. So, okay, let's see if we can maybe get some stuff working differently here. See, what this build relies on is being able to outlast stuff long enough to be able to put up Siege and then throw out a max charge Armageddon. This, in many cases, can do like 600 to 800 damage to a huge area. It's ridiculously good, but it, again, is a little bit situational on actually being able to get to that position. That being said, going for Umbra units might not be bad here. The problem is it's like a mix of a whole bunch of different things, so like the Gremlins will be counting as Umbras, the Ghosts will, or actually no, the Ghosts are Phantoms, so... And then you got Dragons for the other ones, because Dragons and Beast units still count as Dragons and Beast units. It's actually the reason that you can hire Undead Dragons and Undead Cyclopes before pretty much anything else. And yes, thank you for the congratulations there, Dave. She's an awesome little kiddo. I'm very proud of her. She's definitely been awesome. Alright, what do I want to do here exactly? If we go for... is there any option for double attack? It's possible. We can go for Sanctuary. That kind of does an extra stopping maneuver for us. Not super useful. Can probably go for a Reflect Magic type setup, actually. Because we don't need Rampart Ore as much. This is going to be a bunch of stairs, so there's that. Oh, hi there, Mr. Cow! How's that going? What even is that storm of emoji type stuff going on there? Something about some stabby guy, some other stabby guy, somebody completely losing their crap, and then a cow? Well, I'm confused. So, situation normal. But, yeah. By the way, Mr. Cow, quick question for you. The PSPs that you use, by any chance, just because I want to test this, Sword and Shield, Lance and Bow, well, this is in no way a Monster Hunters type deal right now, clearly. But no, quick question. Do you by any chance use a 3000 model PSP? Because you remember those composite cords? Like, somebody told me that apparently them things will end up functioning, well, more or less functioning a lot better on a 3000 model, to the point that it'll actually blow up the thing to a full screen type image. And that is something I have yet to be able to actually get confirmation on. Because now that I've gone and repaired and fixed and sold a bunch of these PSPs, I finally ended up sticking to a 3000 that I liked, aka it's the one with all the Frankenstein parts and a bunch of messed up stuff on it, because I'm never going to be able to sell that thing. Like, even an LCD that actually has water damage, and it kind of has this funky look to it. Is that the newest one? 3000? I think mine's a 3000, I have to check. You'd know based on whether it has completely rounded buttons or kind of like half crescent type dealies. The crescents are the 2000, the completely rounded ones are the 3s. Being the thing that puts on a TV screen, don't think it was full screen. That's the thing. That was a kind of unconfirmed rumor thing I'd heard, because again, I sold the Vita and was kind of considering just kind of switching over to a PSP setup as soon as the time and means are there to do so. And yeah, I was really curious if that was the case, because if it's not, then the most sensible thing is just to get something that works with a capture card I already have, namely the kind of like 3-prong cords. And yeah, actually, by the way, PS2 stuff is incoming as soon as I can figure out how to get the software to stop being a pain in the neck. See, I say incoming, it's been stupidly busy, so incoming at a solid eventually type of rate. Let's see, maybe a Vita can go full screen? I mean, the Vita's what I've been using for recording and whatever else for a decent chunk, but I mean, it does the whole full screen thing. It's really more just a matter of convenience. Because I was probably just going to go for those 3-prong ones because they do the job just fine. Like, even on PS2 stuff, they seem to make everything work just all fine and dandy. But okay, so here is the plan that I kind of had in mind here. Yeah, that'll do it. Alright, so we don't even need Siege here. All I need is to make that guy go bye-bye, and then after that, all we gotta do is outlast this. So I don't even know what the hell I was thinking last time, like going over this whole extra complicated type plan, when the obvious answer is just go kill the guy that's doing all the healing. He has no defense. So we'll just go ahead and do that. But yeah, so yeah, I was mentioning earlier, like with the Vita, it was like a confluence of a whole bunch of different issues that just came up out of nowhere. Like, I've been using the thing for years, and it's never given me too many issues until recently, when for some reason it's making the carpal tunnel go nuts. Like, I had surgery on that last year, and I don't know why. Like, you'd think a PSP would do it too. I mean, I think it's down to the rigidity of the buttons, and I actually even looked into people that make custom buttons for devices just to see if there was some kind of route to go down there. And, yeah, no, apparently nobody wants to deal with that, so that's fun. Alright, now, let's see how ridiculous this build can be. So we've got a full bar, now we're up to 280 plus Siege, and that does end up being a good trade. So we've got dead, almost dead, almost dead, almost dead, healer's dead, that one's barely surviving this. Like, this is just nutso status at this point. This is the only reason that I went back for the... Well, it's one of a couple reasons I went back for the Grimalkin, because I originally wasn't going to do that. But the main thing that the Grimalkin does is that it allows for this kind of build right here. But it finally allowed for fully retiring the blue necklace. So for Stun Ward, got this thing. Just happens to have 40% bonus people damage, which is just... wow. That's pretty insane, all things considered. Hang on, I just pushed a button, and I think it made something go away. Anyway. So they're gonna throw out a bunch of stuff here. The cool thing is, all of these guys, like especially on all these undead maps, and what's gonna make the Palace of the Dead kind of a breeze, is the fact that everything is gonna be casting dark stuff all of the dang time. Which roughly translates to, hey, every time somebody casts something, this Armageddon gets even stronger. So the thing is, they're going to get a barely appreciable notice, or not notice, barely appreciable change of any kind when they're going and using... oh, right, our flight ran out. I was kind of hoping to actually take this tile. Alright, let's risk it. But yeah, so they barely get anything out of being able to do what they do. But in our case, since we're able to go and essentially raise our max damage to something absolutely ridiculous, kind of tends to... that's not what I thought it was going to be. And apparently somebody put a trap there. Okay, this one might be completely screwed, actually. Alright. It all depends on whether they've got any crazy moves on hand, because I need to take a couple turns to recover. I completely missed where they put a trap down. Yeah, go figure. Trap's actually being a threat. What is that? It's almost like this mod does stuff. Yeah, and if I sound a little bit discombobulated at times, again, it has been a very long day. The only reason that I'm actually here at the moment is simply because I could not sleep, because I chugged way too much coffee. And, yeah. Alright, please miss that. Thank you. Alright, there's a chance, and yeah, it's a pretty good chance. I like this chance. Let's throw out a heal too. Normally, in this kind of situation, you also want to build up into Clarity or put on... occasionally with this build, I've swapped out the Wing Boots for a Holy Crown for MP Absorb. It's already trying to do so many things at once that being able to generate MP is just a complete no-go most of the time. Alright, what we need is a nice corner spot right hereabouts. See, the thing is, actually, this tree spot's perfect. It's exactly where it needs to be. And silence isn't even an issue. That's actually why we have Tabula Rasa. If anybody does inflict a silence, which any class that's got some kind of spells on there, the AI loves to prioritize putting silence on them. I actually couldn't figure out the other day when I was doing the earlier video parts of this, what will eventually be a video, why they were prioritizing shield bashes over many other things, and yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just because this guy uses healing, and the AI is just thinking, well, I'm gonna have none of that. That's the current theory anyway. There's a whole lot of damage, and please miss that. Well, that's just plain rude. Instead of missing, he misinterpreted that as just kill instantly. So okay, that's gonna be our next issue. We need the flying in order to get up there, in order to get to the guy. We need... did we get any use out of whatever the hell that skill was? Probably not. Alright, let's get that fixed up right now. Alright. What do I even put here? Was it Reflect Magic or something? Yeah, but... yeah, Reflect Magic didn't actually get any kills, so... I'm only gonna leave that as is. I'm thinking... What do we even have learned for Art of War right now? So I'm pretty sure I learned just about everything that there needs to be learned. We've got... well, we've got Stun. I had that for something else, so we're not going to use up those right now. Alright, what else can we potentially slot in here? Because I'm thinking probably Demonology is going to be the strongest option. Demonology or Draconology, because it would drastically reduce all that dragon damage, so that would be pretty nice. I mean, it's only a rank 1, but it still would do the job pretty well. I guess we'll just go for Clarity. So Clarity and Efficacy are strange, because basically Efficacy is just better if you use really expensive stuff all the time. Clarity's technically better overall. That being said, I'm trying to remember the exact circumstances right now, but when I was testing around with it, Efficacy actually did have some particular situations where it actually could generate more than Clarity would. But anyway, moving on. So we'll just put Clarity on there. If we didn't need to fly, then we could go for something else there. It's kind of a shame. In fact, do we have any other options to fly? Did I ever end up picking up the means? No. Or did I? Let's see. We can technically put Arts of War in there. And I think... do I have... yeah, I don't think I have it. No, wait. We do have Escalade. How many grappling hooks do I have, though? Okay, so what would Art of War get us, basically? We've got some casting abilities. That's not going to do jack. We've got Decoy. That would help out with all the dragon-y type stuff. And we've got Escalade. See, thing is, I was saving these decoys for another time, but let's see how many we have. I'd actually remember to stock up on these. Alright, so yeah, for decoys, actually, we're maxed out. So, yeah, that's worth pursuing. Because, yeah, what I was originally thinking is we go Art of War in this. We basically throw out a decoy, throw First of all, throw out a Tabula Rasa, then throw out a decoy, and that's going to be a good way to counter a bunch of things. So let's try that. Let's go ahead and replace Clarity. Although then again, if we can just heal... Yeah, the hits are going to be coming from all directions, so yeah, Clarity will just do a better job in this case. Okay, moving on. I know I'm doing a whole lot of rambling and not a whole lot of just going and beating the map already. We'll get there. We'll get there. Again, all we really need is to get up to the very top, deal with the dude again, and yeah, we'll go from there. Probably deal with the gremlins second. They were a pretty regular problem. I believe we did get one of the dragons last time. So actually, maybe just focus on the dragons. There's where all the big damage is coming from anyway. Alright, more wingy type boots. Actually, all of this is really making me see all the parallels lately between this and Metal Gear Acid. I don't know if anyone is a fan of that one here, but the system is very, very, very similar, which is probably why I like it so much. But the whole general gist is just, instead of having a billion different skills, you have your deck of cards. Thank you for that 25% crit, by the way. Awesome. But you've got your deck of cards, and you just basically have all these crazy options, to the point where you literally have, you know, this international spy guy just running around, literally pulling a friggin' hyper beam out of his pocket, because it's just one of the cards you happen to find. But recently was going through the Acid games to see if you could actually beat them with only the starter deck. And, I mean, it was easy enough for the first one, because you start off with some of the most overpowered stuff in the game for some reason. But, that being said, that was definitely not the case for the second one so far. It's actually been really fun for the second one, because you pretty much start off with a pacifist-type setup, and you're basically trying to figure out how to go deal with a bunch of robots using only stun grenades that don't affect them. But, okay, this right here is what we have Flagellation for. For those situations where they are just barely able to survive one thing but not another. Yeah, we're gonna go this way. That works just fine. At least we get some dodge items, I guess. Some dodge items and loot. I'm thinking if we don't pull this off, it might potentially be an idea to combine Flight and Phalanx here, because then we can just kind of lock them down here and not have to worry about it. Dragons don't really have a whole lot in the way of ranged options. Also, how exactly you block a dragon with a whip is anyone's guess. Alright, 13% dodge, not going to complain. Certainly nothing wrong with that. But yeah, the general plan here is just to kind of keep this going up until the end of Dorgi. After that, it's probably going to be a while for the rest of it, because after that there's still San Bronze Ruins. They're still doing all of Palace of the Dead again for Coda 1 and 2. There's then all the other stuff going on in chapters 3 and 4. So there's a lot to that one. Definitely more grind than anyone really would potentially want to see in one, quick thing, but we'll get there. Alright, let's throw out a Tabula. See, I say grind, but there's a lot of really interesting stuff that happens in those fights, potentially. Alright, so... that's a little bit risky. So we can't actually get knocked off here. So what I want to do is I'm actually going to go for a Resolve here, because our health's reasonably high enough. So Resolve is basically like paying your heals forward. You're more or less getting like about the equivalent of a heal too, but you get it over time. So if you can spare the health to be able to use it beforehand, you can potentially create a situation where you'll just kind of slowly generate more health than you potentially would have otherwise, while still having the option to fully heal yourself as needed. It kind of helps to avoid taking additional healing turns. It's really more of a time saver than anything else. But it's really handy to have. Like right there, potentially, I have the option for just nuking all these guys instead. We'll see if that's a practical option. Currently, it's not appearing so. But alright. Yeah, it's funny. So, on the whole Vita thing from earlier, you know what? I've had to restart Vagrant Story 3 times now, just simply due to the fact that I can't have not save corruption problems going on with the Vita. Because yeah, the first time the memory card completely wiped itself, then Ooh, that is a lot of damage. Okay, so he goes down, almost down, down, down. And then if we put a siege on top of that, then we should have a 6 KO move right there. Alright, let's see. We got down, very down, almost down. Okay, well, almost down for that one. Down, down, down. Do it. There we go. Gone, 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 gone. And we'll go ahead and open up the door at the same time, get a little bit of a shortcut action going that we can't even make use of. Out of curiosity, since I'm definitely forgetting here, what are you? Yeah, they do count as Umbra. Okay. Was just curious. If we can spare a turn for a Exorcism 2 at some point, that'd be fantastic. Because that is a whole lot of dragons to get rid of. Alright, please kill that. Perfect. Alright, I think we're going to do heal 3 into Exorcism 2, and then take the tile with the bag, potentially get rid of 4 dragons at once. It just kind of comes down to whether or not they'll be able to all outspeed and suddenly come back in those 2 rounds real quick. It's always frustrating when that happens. That's one of the issues with this build. It's a little bit inconsistent on speed. Sometimes it just winds up being very slow. But part of the reason that our damage is going so crazy high, like I mentioned earlier, is just due to them spamming summons, which give you a pretty massive increase to all dark-related damage. Come on, give me my turn, please. Please, 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 please don't come back. Okay, Ghosty is getting a turn, which is fine, I guess. Alright, perfect. So yeah, this is almost a guaranteed win now. Go. Exorcism 3, drop that right there. 2 dragons and a skelly, completely finished. We'll go ahead and go here to get the best odds of actually collecting those bags. And a Wormfang, alright. I was actually trying to get some of those earlier. I can't remember for what, but whatever. Is that going to be enough? Not quite. I mean, if the ghost wants to get close, I might be able to re-Armageddon. But I'm pretty sure our focus at this point is just collecting these bags as quickly as possible. And just take them out. So collect bags, collect any additional loot that we can get a hold of. Probably avoid that one on the top, since I'll almost certainly end up eating a crit and just falling down to an instant death at that point. We pretty much got an insta-kill against anything currently charged up for the Armageddon there. And in fact, I actually should be able to just take one move and finish them all off. Won't get as much loot, but we can't anymore. Dang it. Alright, fine, we'll go for the Exorcisms. Or will we? Yeah, that one can only do casts. He can only do up to like 90 damage. Let's see. Dead. Almost dead. Alright, let's see if we can get the KO on these two. I'm gonna go for that. If not, it's probably time for a heal. Yes, that does put him into KO range. Do it. Perfect. I'm not sure if the dragon's gonna end up coming back. Yeah, it will. That's a shame. That's alright. It can only do basics, meaning that it'll end up taking damage from its own moves. Their whole implementation of being able to use both melee and ranged attacks pretty consistently definitely made them way more threatening. Now, you may be looking at that and thinking, like, hey, it's only 80 damage, you've got like 700 health, why is that threatening? And it's because all monster-related projectiles, for whatever reason, seem to have an unusually high crit rate. So they will thoroughly wreck your day. And, yeah, they got back on their feet, but that's fine. There's nothing here that we can't really handle on its own. Especially if he's going to be doing stuff like this, because that generates points like crazy. So what we're going to do, we're actually going to tabula out of that leaden so that we're not repeatedly taking hits. And then probably put up another resolve. As you noticed earlier, thing actually kept us going for quite a reasonably long time. Not to mention it's a fairly quick spell to use, so, you know, there's that, and that is going to do a whole lot of damage. Or it's going to do absolutely nothing except boost our max damage. Perfect. Can't complain about that. I just love the mechanics of this game. Have I mentioned this enough? I don't think I mentioned that enough. Just do that. Alright, perfect. So that'll get him down. We'll go ahead and go for an exorcism. He'll probably miss that. Nice thing about Disembowel, even though it does scale both accuracy and damage, our agility, or not agility, but evasion is so dang high right now that it pretty much is always at its bottomed out value. Unless leaden happens. If you get leaden or misstep, then yeah, dragons will just eat you for breakfast. It's not even a contest. But if you're not leadened, then yeah, can fairly well evade them. And do love to see Emperor cards, because that means health. Or not, because we're apparently maxed out on health. Good to know. Actually, I think that's the first stat we've maxed out. So, yeah, you can... If you didn't know, you can actually max out health and max out MP. So yeah, that's as high as it goes. We're not getting 999s. Not this time around. Alright, go ahead and go for the exorcism. Unfortunately, we are leadened again, so we're going to have to fix that. Collect the loot, and probably... trying to remember if there's any reason to actually finish off these other two. Archer, I mean, we're not using bows for this run anyway, so it's kind of whatever. I know a lot of these guys have new drops. Yeah, that would have been a guaranteed 120 if we hadn't used Tabula that last round. Yeah, we'll save Archer for last and see if this Ghost does anything good on him. Mostly because I'm fishing for certain spells and things. I don't know what they are, or, you know, what I should really be fishing for, but I do know that there were some new spells and things that were added to the drop table for these guys, so who knows, maybe we'll get something. Man, Resolve is so dang good. Like, even though Resolve doesn't really scale up or anything as the game goes, it's always going to be only about 10 or so health that you're actually getting off them. Just the fact that it can potentially double tick several times around like that is very, very handy. It's actually part of the reason that even if there was the option to buff it, I really doubt that it would get buffed, because it's very, very strong as it is. All right, and I believe that's a res, if I'm not mistaken, or Hermit is, yeah, that's, I'm pretty sure that's, no, that's Int. Of course, it would be Int. It's the attack card from March of the Black Queen. Yeah, so if I hadn't promised to do the One Vision stream, I was actually also, if other things weren't available, I was also considering doing like a SNES Tactics Ogre, like permadeath, no grind run, which that's still in the books for at some point. But again, pretty much of the several days that I had to potentially do streams and things, wound up getting very carried away with work. So there's all that kind of thing. And there's two, like, blue koala-looking dealies apparently fighting over a peanut. Or, that's a potato, I think. There we go. That. Right, so let's go ahead and save that. If you're wondering what the deal is with the save underneath it, it's just in case there wound up being a soft lock while doing this bit. Alright, off we go. Actually, no. For this one, I need Rampart back. So Clarity is all well and good. These guys are going to be only doing damage if they actually manage to team up. So there's a reason that I like to call this one the bowling alley. This is the one that you're just basically destroying a bunch of stuff as an apology for that previous map. And yeah, we just want to Rampart Aura. Just make sure that they all wind up getting themselves stuck in a little spider web. So if you have Rampart 4, you can just create a situation where they just get stuck in your movement area. They're llamas, but they don't have pajamas. Alright. I don't believe anything changed too much in this map. Alright, so we're gonna do Reaver Ring. Wait a minute, did Reaver Ring get nerfed? I thought you could use haste twice on that thing before. I could be mistaken, and I probably am. Actually, no, I'm thinking of Vanilla where you could use it multiple times. I think OV was always one use. Like I said, I get the two confused because I've been hopping back and forth so dang much. I mean, I've actually started, on top of doing the vanilla suboptimal run, I figured I would do like a screenshot-only suboptimal run of One Vision. Started doing that as well. Figured, what the hell, and why not just do it on a PSP for good measure? And then the plan was to essentially do like a crappy camcorder LP of the screenshot LP off of a PSP, and then that whole terrible joke just ended up going way too far, so the idea was scrapped, but either way, there will be a suboptimal run of One Vision as well. Alright, Diablo 2 Resurrected is coming out eventually? Didn't it already come out? I mean, far be it for me to completely forget when that was coming out, but I could have sworn there was a Diablo 2 remake years ago. What am I missing? Is that like some HD edition or something like that? I have no idea. I keep spam emailing Square Enix and Matsuno and Atlas to try to get any of the versions of this game out on any kind of compilation or remake or anything else ever. But of course, their only response is, "Hey, we're probably not doing anything like that at the time." Let's see. There wasn't a remake years ago, as far as I know. Well, you could be completely right. I might be thinking of some Diablo 1 remake or something. I have absolutely no idea. Admittedly, I don't really play Diablo games, but, you know, respect the idea. It's like, okay, the weird thing, I love the idea behind Diablo games and things like that, but that perspective and the way that they, like, that, like, top-down, you know, mash them up kind of perspective, the closest that I could get, in terms of, being able to, kind of, it feels weirdly insulting to say stand that, but the most that I could ever get into it was occasionally with some of the Gauntlet titles and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I just don't like that perspective. But again, neither here nor there. All right, let's see. Thinking, I think we just kind of sit here because our dodge is already going to be maxed against these guys. They're just a bunch of grunts. They're not really getting any bonus damage at this point. We should be slapping away all of it. Frankly, when it comes to the One Vision mod, your defense was never expected to go this high. And then again, he's still doing damage, so I guess we're fine. But yeah, it was never expected to be able to go this high at all. Like, bear in mind, this stats were still fairly normal when this run started. This character basically avoided the Vitality Purge of, like, 2020 or whenever that patch came out. Actually, I think it was 2019 when there was the Great Vitality Purge, where pretty much everybody lost something to the tune of, like, 10 to 15 Vitality across the board. Meanwhile, this guy's rocking, like, 77 out of 100. Most of these units are probably somewhere in the 40s. Have you ever tried Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance on PS2? The first one was actually remastered recently and it's on multiple systems, not to be confused with a new D&D Dark Alliance game. I want to say my friend had it growing up. But no, I hadn't really played those much. Like, if we're talking like top-down hack and slash type dealies, I played Bard's Tale a bunch when I was younger. But there was that. It was like some Gauntlet and some like Bard's Tale was the majority I got on those kinds of type games and all that. As far as Baldur's Gate, like if we're talking, like, are we talking we tried to simulate the tabletop game Baldur's Gate? Because that one, yes, I have. Or are we talking about like you know, the hack and slashy ones? Because those ones I haven't. Alright, we should be able to wipe out a good 3 or 4 guys here with one move. They shouldn't have any finishers built up. So let's see, dead, not dead, 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 dead. Alright. Make it so. Perfect. Any cool cards? Oh, that's Star. I want Star. Star is Dex. We always want more Dex. Alright, so you know Dark Alliance aren't like the PC ones. I did play Icewind Dale, though, which is like PC Baldur's Gate. Yep. I don't have parry. Why don't I have parry? What kind of doofus sits here with a party that's made up of gunners and melee characters and thinks, yeah, let's have deflect on this crap? Alright, well, that's gonna be a reset for sure. I need parry, not deflect. Let's see, heard Bard's Tale compared to them before. Yeah, it's not really the same thing, but that's probably gonna be a kill, yeah. But yeah, it's like a more romp type dealy. You don't really loot as much, but you do the same kind of general combat loop, and you get very similar type abilities off different weapons and things like that. But it's really more of a, you know, hee hee ha ha here, check out our funny story kind of situation. Parry with a gun, Bloodborne style. You can do that, funnily enough. I believe if you use pistol, shield, and deflect, or parry, you can deflect using the gun. Or you can parry using the gun. And then, yeah, instead of clarity, we want a rampart. Just go ahead and save that loadout. And yeah, after that is Andorus. So basically the first final boss. Then we have a couple nobody maps, and then we get into Last Stand, and then after that it's the 1v2 fight, and then after that it's the final boss of the game. Technically. For the first time. You technically fight him again in the form of a completely different boss. But anyway. We're going to try something slightly different. We're going to try to stay out of dispel range this time. And, you know, I think, speaking of, like, old Baldur's Gate and D&D and all that kind of stuff, I think that's one of the many reasons that I just really, really adore this game. Because they took a lot of that same kind of stuff and just threw it in with everything else that was going on here. Where pretty much the entirety of the Warlock spellbook is just weird D&D stuff that you'd probably never have a logical reason to use, but what the hell, why not? Like, oh yeah, the spell that makes you immune to a single spell is something that no one's really going to spend the time to use, because by the time you unlock it, you know, most of your spellcasters are, well, they're usually able to do a lot better just doing just about anything else. Not to mention you have to literally go spend rocks that you gotta go pay money for to be able to even use anything in the spellbook, but just like the weird logic of all kinds of different stuff being potentially combined feels really nice. So Champion of the North games, a spiritual successor to the Dark Alliance games, and yeah, don't understand what's going on with... I saw some D&D folks complaining about Dark Alliance. Supposedly, it was a remake, but not really, of the other Dark Alliance. I don't know. There's been a running joke that I've seen coming out of that community there that pretty much no one that makes video games seems to want to make actual video games of the game that they're making. Yeah, just go do a flatulation on this guy. Man, even that's doing 500 at this point. We're gonna collect the death card because I need these for traps later. We might lose some luck, but it's only in -2, it's fine. Let's see, the new one, it's not connected to the old Dark Alliance games. Then why do they call it Dark Alliance? Let's call it Light Disagreement. Hopefully that bottle isn't making too much noise, by the way. This kind of clanky water bottle. By the way, I love that archers actually use poisoned arrows this time around. I forget when exactly that bug got fixed, but if anyone noticed, there's an archer over there with a longbow firing silencing arrows at me. It's just really cool, the kinds of stuff that the AI can do if if just given the opportunity. And that guy just completely ruined himself, or girl rather. Ended up charging their entire bar to go do a big finisher, then didn't do a finisher, tried to do a double attack, and almost got insta-killed. Nice. Think it's called Dark Alliance to get more sales, honestly? Yep, more than likely. Just like the Pokémon Go's that have nothing to do with an actual Pokemon game. Okay, I think I'm just gonna put up Siege. Might cause their Cleric to waste a turn trying to dispel it. People really like the PS2 games. Yeah, I couldn't help but notice, like, immediately whenever anybody brings it up, I've seen the box art a lot. It's kind of strange how a D&D game managed to get into so many places. But yeah, for the life of me, I don't even remember what it looks like. I remember what the box looks like, and that's about it. Okay. Hang on, before I forget, I don't even have my phone. If anybody here happens to be on the One Vision Discord, can they mention to Raics that Fumarole is apparently getting used by the AI on itself? This seems to happen a lot with new features, where the AI just doesn't know how to use it yet, and then inevitably, like, something weird will happen. Like, I remember there was one point when there was some curing ability that got reworked, and for some reason the AI would exclusively target trees. It's like, there's always just something weird. There's trailers for the remaster on the tube if you want to see it in high def. I mean, don't see why not. I'll probably see it at some point, even on accident, I'm sure. I know, ooh, this is going to be exactly enough. Nice. It's like the map for Flagellation, apparently. Actually, I have to say, recently, I've heard it's apparently a lot better than the trailer seems to indicate, but was kind of surprised looking at the Legend of Mana remake, where looking through the trailer, they're showing off all this different stuff, and I couldn't help but think, like, this is the exact same thing. You just ported it to have a slightly bigger screen. This isn't a remake at all. It isn't even it's like you just widened the size. Granted, it's, the game's actually available in a reasonable format, and you can buy it, so that's a plus. In fact, at some point, like, whenever stress kind of dies down on this end a little bit, I am gonna go pick it up on Steam, because, I mean, I think it's on Steam, I don't know, but Legend of Mana is friggin' awesome. Like, as far as old classics that just blew me away, that's permanently gonna be at the top of that list for quite a while. Let's see. First game on the hidden difficulty setting is actually pretty brutal. Definitely one of the hardest things I ever did in a game. What, for Dark Alliance there? Sounds potentially interesting. Yeah. Yeah, my phone is completely dead. That's why I was asking if anybody wants to let Raics know about Fumarole. Because I know there was a mention over, like, hey, it's somehow 2 patches in a row where something hasn't exploded. So that's not exactly the case. Oh, by the way, speaking of weird AI things, so I was going on about Metal Gear Acid 2 earlier. That's probably got one of the starkest differences, and I guess this kind of goes for most Metal Gear games, but it's kind of amazing that like comparing 2 challenge runs I was doing to that one, where it was like starter deck only, and then just like a new game plus kill all. And like the starter deck only one, they'll look around a corner like, this is a cool file cabinet, as you chuck a stun grenade at their feet, and they'll just look around like, I don't see anything on the ground, I guess I'll just fall asleep now, as, a concussion grenade just ends up knocking them to the ground. And anyway, so that's all well and good there. Then you look at the New Game Plus version. It's like you'll check out a grenade, and then suddenly one teammate will go give a speed boost to another teammate, who will then manage to have just enough time to be able to avoid that grenade, just like automatically knowing where it is, and just as they're all pretending not to know where you are, but secretly flanking around the entire room, trying to get into sniping positions and things. It's so weirdly brutal. Like, to the point where actual attempts at winning a fight consist of, like, sneaking up on a guy, like, literally shooting him point blank with an anti-tank rifle, to knock them on the ground, to knock them, or, like, to specifically shoot them off a railing and into a wall, so that they lose 2 of their cards and don't have anything left on their deck, which makes them fall unconscious. I love the way they implemented that. And then just, like, following it up by chucking a grenade on top of them and then surrounding them with claymores. It's like, congratulations, you've taken care of 1 guard. It's taken you multiple rounds. Now deal with the other 20. Let's see. Some of the games I want to try on PS4, like Dragon's Dogma, but I'm broke. Supposedly, that one was pretty good. I mean, I played the PS3 one. That was pretty fun. Seemed to You know, it didn't seem to want to decide whether it wanted to be a standard RPG or if it wanted to be an MMO. It's a very strange game. But, what can he do, am I right? I mean, definitely had one hell of a setting, that's for sure. Though, the intro was very confusing. I wonder if the remaster actually changed how confusing that intro was. I just remember, you are person on beach. That sucks. Some stuff happens. There's a dragon. Something about your heartbeat missing or something. Yada yada yada. Go do game now. Alright. Okay, I'm thinking Tabula into a normal heal here is probably the way to go. But yeah, definitely once this run's done, once Suboptimal's done, provided everything finally decides to chill the hell out, because, I mean, basically, with the wife and I functionally operating about 7 different jobs between us, we can almost make a living wage. What the hell is wrong with this city? Let's see. Played a tad bit years ago, but never left the first town. Yeah, pretty much about the same. Got to the first town, did a bunch of exploring, and then just kind of got bored. It just basically kept doing all of the same MMO type stuff. I just really didn't feel like pursuing it. So there was that. Alright, so they're all putting up Fortify, so it's going to make more sense to probably set up a fly, go for some of those backliners. It seems like they probably got some ramparts going on. I'm thinking probably dealing with archers first, so we don't have to tabulate to get our heals back. Then probably go after, I don't know, maybe probably try to get the healers near the wall or something, fish for crits. Terror Knight needs to go at some point, but there's not really much I'm going to be able to do to him until his Fortify is gone. It's like Fortify completely kills most of the damage that I get. Almost all of the damage that this build does is off of bonus damage. Well, except if Armageddon gets high enough. Because Siege basically counteracts their Fortify, which could potentially lead to some interesting situations here. Let's see, 437, 494... I mean, I really might as well just leave the Siege up, go for a heal, and then see if something interesting happens from there. Probably a re-up Resolve or something. Let's see. Learn the joys of throwing people in water, though. Yep. Very true. Actually... So, again, was going on about Metal Gear Acid 2. Man, the first Acid game was okay. It was interesting, but and novel and all that kind of thing, but it was kind of dull. Dude, 2 takes the whole Metal Gear thing of just interacting with absolutely everything and just rolls with it, and I love it. Like the fact that you can actually set up turns where like you'll use one card to move, and you'll move to one guy and you'll like kick one guard, kick him straight into another guard who hits another guy who then falls up a railing onto a landmine. You can just set up these Rube Goldberg machines of traps. And it's not like it's an unintended feature either, because they have a bunch of like hidden challenge modes and everything all over the place. And I say hidden. If you just go back to literally any level, they're like, okay, here's one to eliminate everything, here's one to try to do it without being seen, you know, here's some weird rule set for it, and we're about to die. And here's some you know, special challenge, which usually consists of doing something really weird with a set type of cards or whatever else. Like one of the early ones is just, there's a guard with his back to you. You have an unlimited amount of turns and an unlimited amount of only Claymore mines. How do you manage to deal something to the equivalent of like 100 times this guy's health in one hit? Because they all have to face a specific way. So you just have to create this like crazy network of just this poor guy getting launched over and over and over and over into mine after mine after mine, but none of them can be next to each other because then they'll automatically trigger each other. It's beautiful. It's just so dang beautiful that, you know, how well that whole thing works. So yeah, definitely looking forward to potentially showing off some challenge runs of that one. Still kind of routing out the originals. Man, this is taking an incredibly long time, I gotta say. It's almost like this fight has been made far more difficult since the vanilla version or something. Alright, so we've got most of those guys all clustered up here. The answer to this is very simple. It's deceptively simple, and it requires one thing to go right. That's not it. Attack, please. Okay, well, that sucks. I mean, he's not doing anything about it. He's probably going to tabula out of that charm right now. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. Had Metal Gear 1 on PS1. Got a Flame Market, but never finished because I didn't know it was 2 discs. But it tells you. It tells you to switch to disc 2. How did you get to that point without ever looking at the box? You literally had to have gone through the box for the Meryl puzzle. Oh, man. Which, by the way, still love the absolute genius of that puzzle. It's like, oh, it's on the back of the CD case. Literally on the back of the CD case. But yeah, if you didn't know, like, the Game Boy Color ones and the PSP ones, the dude himself was actually involved in those. Some folks had told me before, like, oh yeah, there's absolutely no involvement with, why can I not remember his name right now? Seriously, how am I blanking on the Metal Gear guy's name? I mean, granted, again, tired as all hell right now, so that's not too surprising. Kojima, there we go. So, didn't get in its original case or whatever. Ah, I see. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, so, here's the thing. There was a rumor and whatnot that apparently he had not been involved with, you know, some of the weirder spin-off titles and things like that, and apparently the guy had a soft spot for really weird spin-off titles. So Ghost Babel, that was the Game Boy Color one, apparently did have a part in that one. Apparently was behind the second of the Metal Gear Acid games. Or actually, he might have been behind both of them. I just know that the first one was like really, 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 really lackluster compared to the second one. Can we just go for the double Armageddon? See, I'm thinking instead if we maybe just fly, that might potentially get us some stuff here. Oh, I found out about Disc 2 and it said to insert Disc 2. That makes more sense. Alright. So unfortunately we've already used our thing, but we're going to go over to this type direction. Going to see if we can get them to come on down. And then from there, hopefully take that nice full bar, bring it up there, up top. Hopefully we don't get dispelled. We'll see. Alright. But yeah, no. Like, easily, when it comes to Acid 2, it is one of the most stylish games I've ever seen. And bear in mind, the story is very well aware of how utterly ridiculous it is. I mean, at one point, they even just completely do this whole tongue-in-cheek thing over how just an impossible scenario just sort of happened because they felt like it. I mean, not even much of a spoiler. The final boss literally just tells you at the end of the fight, like, yeah, you know what, I'm bored. We had a fight. Good. We're done. We don't have to do that anymore. And they just leave. And then they go to work at a grocery store. Like, it's so beautiful. It's such a dang good game. Absolutely nothing is serious in that one. I mean, it's a game where you see a guy that's dressed as a fridge in a comic book who suddenly, you know, walks out, summons multiple robots to come down and machine gun people before firing a hyper beam out of his hands and then turning into a box. I mean, it's so good. It's so good. There's just no words for how good that game is. Alright, we really want to drop this sucker right over here. Because that is going to get rid of 2 of their units right away. Because really what I need more than anything is units off the map. There we go. Puts their cleric in a weird spot. So you have the Metal Gear with riding on PS2, never finished it for different reasons. Oh, dude, that game's got the greatest ending. That was... Okay, that was one of those ones that actually... So, Metal Gear Solid 2 is one of the only times that I've ever had a game that didn't get completely ruined due to life being a pain in the everything. So, here's the thing. Any other time that I've gone and like had a game that, even if I really, really liked it for one reason or another, that I just had around during some time that really, really sucked, most of the time, you know, the game helped get through whatever that period was, and then I just never wanted to look at it again. It just sort of mentally became encapsulated in this one thing. So, for example, like Zelda Minish Cap, fantastic game. I never want to play it. Like, even though it was given to me by my brother, I liked everything that was given to me by my brother. I loved that game. I 100%ed the dang thing. But anytime that I ever ended up taking a look at it, it was basically the same thing that came to mind. It was just basically a powerless house, you know, with rats running around all over the place. And yeah, just sheer, complete and utter misery for several months. But any dang ways, that particular one was the one exception, for whatever reason, and I don't really know why. But I still love it to this day. I still have the original on my shelf over there. Well, actually, currently it's in a box in storage. The shelf is gone now. Anyway, but yeah, still happy memories despite most of the stuff around that one being pretty depressing. That ending was so cool! I will never forget how good that ending was. Like, not even the actual ending itself. The elevator bit. Like, the elevator bit and everything after it. Just like when the guy glitches out, and it just goes just insanely meta for like an hour. That's just that's always just gonna be one of the best things. I mean, I wasn't even a little kid, and that thing legitimately made me wonder if my PS2 was cursed. So yeah, ProCow, if you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about and don't feel like playing through it a second time, basically just look up what was it, like glitched kernel quotes or something? Something along those lines. Because yeah, it's, or like the best of glitched kernel or something probably. Oh, it's so good. It's such a great moment. Like, you're going through this. By the way, temporary spoilers if for some reason you haven't played MGS2 and for some reason you're watching this, and you get the point. So what happens is you meet up with the protagonist of the first game, and technically the like two, arguably kind of sort of three games prior to that. And you know, this is coming off of, if you played the better version with all the extra missions, presumably in my case coming off of like an hour and a half of just playing the skateboarding minigame. And so you get into this fight, and you're going through this long moving elevator. For Mr. Cow, think of the Armored Core 3 controller elevator, but in reverse. And so you're just fighting off wave after wave of all these dudes, and you know, protagonist of the first game shows up. He's like, here, you'll be needing this thing, and he gives him all his gear back, and then he just tosses him a sword. So he moves it around a little bit, and naturally, given that this is the first time he's ever used it, he can now deflect bullets with it. Don't ask how, it's fine. And so yeah, at this point, that all starts happening, and you're basically just like deflecting hundreds of shots that are being fired at you the whole time, basically having a sword fight with like friggin' crazy ninjas that show up for the whole rest of the series that are never really explained. I don't think anyone ever explained what the deal is with the Tengus. They're just sort of a thing. So they're the last boss of Portable Ops Plus too, and they're never given any context. They're the Tengu guys with the cool music. They're just there. Anywho, so after that, you get to this bit with actually no wait, the glitching bit was before the elevator, isn't it? Okay, so you're running around naked, and you constantly get calls throughout the entire time from your commander guy, and he just keeps glitching out over and over. But the thing is, it's not just the weird, creepy crap they say the entire time, because there's plenty of that. Like, you know, probably the all-time thing that people remember the most was the I Need Scissors 61, but how is it? But basically, you know how they have the talking heads and everything? They constantly move around in just like weirdly subtle ways. Like, they're just slightly off on the angle, and like, why are they suddenly facing off to the left? Why are you suddenly looking up at their chin? Why are you suddenly looking at the back of their model through a digital skull? Like, it's so weirdly unsettling. Like, they went through each and every little pixel of that whole thing to mess with your head. It's so good. It's so dang good. Literally did not give the slightest bit of a crap over the story not making any sense. It did not matter. It knew it didn't make sense. And that's the thing with Metal Gear. It never makes sense. Just accept it never made any sense, and you'll have so much more fun. It's great looking into folks that get into all these like over-analyses over the story and everything else. Like, oh, there's plot discrepancies over here and all this other stuff because this person said this thing. Is like, the running theme throughout the series is that nobody's a reliable narrator, so why does it matter? Alright. So we can't Armageddon ourselves out of this problem just yet. We're going to need one more round of nonsense that's going to need to be survived. We're going to need to throw out a tabula ride here to get rid of this stagger so we stop getting hit by stuff. That's a problem. Alright, we need wing boots then. Gonna have to fly away. Let's see, I say the answer to everything is nanomachines. I mean, yeah, it literally becomes a joke in and of itself for quite a good bit of the series. Or if you're playing Phantom Pain, also we just got saved by the AI, nice. Or if you're playing Phantom Pain, the answer is parasites. Everything is parasites. Yeah, the gameplay of Phantom Pain is awesome. Aside from that, yeah. Everything else just sort of happened. I mean, again, falls into that same area where the story isn't meant to make any sense. But, that was the one time that it kind of would have been cool if it did. Because the whole point of the game was to try and set up how it is that this guy that was a good guy for so many games actually becomes a bad guy. And it seems kind of like what they came up with was he didn't. He was still a good guy, but then he just got so mad at himself that he became a bad guy, but then until he wasn't. But then it was a different guy that got barbecued or something. It's that part, I don't know why they tried to explain it. Because it pretty much was just fine if they had left it at Peace Walker. Because like the whole premise of Peace Walker, for those that never played that one, again, it was one of the PSP ones, so I friggin' love it. And in case you're curious, Acid 1 and 2 do actually take place in the story. I think canonically they're the latest in the series, though, because pretty much everybody's already long dead by the time those ones take place. Long story. Anyway, so completely lost my train of thought there. Oh yeah, so Peace Walker, right? At the start of it, you got the snaky guy, and he just doesn't. All he wants to do is just train people to go do his weird punchy moves and everything else, and just like, here, go do my kung fu's, and that's all he wants to do. So he's just kind of slumming it at a beach, teaching people to beat the crap out of each other. After that, you get his friend who suddenly says, "Hey, I just bought this offshore drilling platform. It's just a thing I have, and you should probably go over and maybe train people there instead." And so he does, and then they just grow it up into this whole base thing. And by the end of it, they start getting betrayed by people. And they could have left it right there. Because it's perfectly fine. It's just automatically assumed everyone gets betrayed and, eventually turn on each other and whatever else. There's no need to elaborate further. Just let your imagination do the work. It's a perfectly fine bit to just leave grayed out. But then on actually trying to explain it, it just got a little bit weird because, like, you had a main character that was a clone of your other main character who really was just some rando who I guess later gets barbecued. They felt like if you didn't play the originals, they wanted to explain how it is that one of them dies and then the other one just sort of comes back just fine. Again, weird detail to spend millions of dollars trying to explain. Yeah, trying to explain this stuff while completely half dead asleep. This is a great idea. Anyway, so yeah, by the end of it, it doesn't really explain anything new. Like, all it really gives is let's see. Overall plot wise, it creates the one time in the series that actually a plot hole does make a difference. Because they create the single most advanced robot in the entire series, and then a toddler runs away with it, and then nothing happens. Because the toddler is the main bad guy of MGS1, but yeah, no, he gets, like, the biggest mech ever made, which suddenly doesn't make any sense, because the one that he makes in MGS1 is, like, just a complete piece of garbage compared to this other thing. I mean, like, the MGS1 thing was just a T-Rex with a big gun on it. The one from Phantom Pain is just a straight-up Gundam. It's... Again, I don't know why they felt the need to explain it, because it just kind of added more questions. And usually that wouldn't matter until it suddenly does, because again, toddler with a Gundam, what's the deal with that? But what can you do? They usually do a better job of dealing with the loose ends, you know? Like, they just have the end credit scene where they're like, yeah, no, they decided to accidentally drop it in the ocean or something. Like, again, ending a Metal Gear Acid 2, I don't think anyone plays that for the story. But they try to say that the main character was killed off, and they're like, yeah, no, they were a clone the entire time, and they survived just fine. They just sort of happened to climb into a nuke and fire themselves somewhere else. That's fine. That'll work just fine. Man. I love how wacky that series is. When it doesn't try to explain stuff too hard, it's just so much fun. Alright, now is this going to be enough, finally? I mean, that's a maybe on mini counts. It's not even worth throwing the siege out there, though. It's going to be just enough to finish off a couple of them, and the other ones, it's not really going to be close enough to finish them off entirely. So, alright. Get those ones down. Is that a strength card? That's a devil. That's a fool. We don't need that. Alright, retreat a little farther. And yeah, MG Acid 2, the entire game is basically like this. The entire thing is just designed as like a solo run, more or less, and then you eventually get a second character. And then it's a duo run. Alright. Dang it, I forgot to check Fiat Agony. That move sucks so bad. I still think Agony needs to have like doubled MP or something. That the AI spams it so much. Alright, come on, survive one more attack, and then we've got this. Okay, he's going for Guardian Force. Okay, perfect. Then he's not attacking. That's fine, you take your luck down card, and he gets 13. Well, I'm jealous of your luck gains, but that's fine. Alright. So now we take a look at what these guys are actually up to. Dietrich will... We'll just do the whole sortie thing. So you're a warlock, you're a stabby guy. I'll probably just leave him as is. And Siege Bow guys going for those stun arrows. I love that they use their flavored arrows now. I love the trick arrows. I really wish poison arrows hadn't been removed, but oh well. It is what it is. Alright. Fantastic there. And yeah, actually Guardian Force is one of those moves that if you ever need to get rid of a knight, if you can, like, if you have a knight that you can't really, you know, crack, potentially you have the option to get them to trigger Guardian Force, and then you throw out something with an absolute ton of DPS, like for example Armageddon there. You throw that out nearby a bunch of squishies, and suddenly you're doing way more damage to them in a single hit than you ever would have had any hope of doing otherwise. But yeah, sometimes you just have to find ways on attacking on turns that aren't your turn. And again, because everything has to somehow relate to Metal Gear Acid now, that's 100% mechanic. You can basically slap up to 9 cards on yourself and just have a hilarious, like, counter pistol fight for like a solid few minutes. As it just tries to roll a reaction chance for every card in your deck. Alright. What I need... actually, no. Okay, so his Agony is basically disabled right now. Don't have to worry about that too much. Can go for that guy, can go for that guy, can go for that guy. Thinking we go over here, we do some kind of Healy type dealy. There we go, just throw one of those. Next turn we're going to have a Heal 3 available. This is a nice happy safe tile. The reason I'm going for this one is because I'm hoping that the knight will get stuck trying to push us off the ledge with a shield that can't knock back, or he'll maybe decide to go for something else. There's a lot of things that makes them want to potentially go for a shield bash, but oh well. What we need now is a Tabula and a heal 3 as soon as humanly possible. Oh, crap. That's a problem. Actually, no. Their healer just solved that problem. Alright, to explain what I'm going on about. Agony is basically the closer you are to the middle of your health bar, the more damage it does. So, in this particular case, we want that the guy in the red robe to be completely healed up, so that he's not throwing out hundreds of damage, because that is potentially one of the most damaging moves in the game at the moment. Because you have some cases where they can roll in with hundreds of health, get themselves to exactly half health, which, by the way, massive problem in Palace of the Dead right now, where you have ghosts that will... I don't know whether it's truly intentional, but it feels like it's intentional. They'll just sit there and poison over and over and over, get their health to half health, and then just, like, basically gang spam Agony all of a sudden, and they can use it every round because they came in with robes and things like that. Whew, it is, it's a rough time. So you can get thoroughly ganked by ghosts. Alright. Unfortunately, getting double turned by this Warlock guy isn't great either. Kinda wish he had gone for a melee there. Am I slowed? I'm not slowed, but it sure feels that way. Alright, come on now. We've got enough health, so not too big of a worry right now. They'll probably go for a heal on him next. I could potentially go siege into just a kill on that guy. He's on full health, so that's probably worth doing, actually. Unless, by any chance, we might have something neat here. Let's see, we got 591, 606. Yeah, I can't quite get down there, though. Alright, let's do a siege. Is siege gonna be enough to do it? Yes. Okay, perfect. Alright, so they shouldn't have enough damage to do anything too serious. Most of them are pretty low damage overall. Got a Frog Rock. We're probably never going to use that. Bindom is fine. They've just got a bunch of squishies and a healer. Plus, I don't think he's going to go for Bravery or anything like that anytime soon. Or Parton. Whatever, the thing with the defense go up. And at this rate, I'm not even sure if we're going to get past Andorus, because finally that whole option for sleep seems to be kicking in mentally. Alright, 437, 691, we'll just go ahead and siege this. And we should have a couple units down. Down, down, okay. Alright. He just keeps going for Bravery. That's perfectly okay in my book. And we'll just go for some basic attacks against this guy so that we can turn on... actually, no, that's fine. We don't really need to tabulate yet. And that's why. We need more water. And technically speaking, this guy can out-heal any damage that we do. So all we gotta do is get a Constrictor on him, and then he can't move. Alright. Hopefully that didn't come through, because the thing was telling me that it did. Alright. The funny thing is, Andorus might just be super easy after this. And by the way, this has happened to me before, where I was in a situation just like this, and there were some fairies, fairies in the previous few maps. Like specifically in that dungeon that I went to go get this Gremlkin. Went through like 12 different clerics or whatever else, all fairies, and just like was running around and going and fishing for crits and whatever else to one-shot them off cliffs and whatnot. Trying to get into all kinds of weird positions to try to get them ruined. And then finally, the very last fairy lands something like a 20% charm. The guy decides not to take it off himself for some reason, because apparently he was just super into fairy boats or something. And yeah, sure enough, she ends up running up and shield bashing him straight off a cliff. So, yeah, moral of the story, no matter how high your stats, you can get ruined by a fairy flirting with you. Weird lessons that Ogre teaches people. What a series. And there we go. That's another win. So now it's Andorus 1. Actually, no, it's Andorus 2. Technically, Andorus 3 will be in Coda. Get some money, get some salvation gems, just stuff we can't use overall. And then we do Andorus. Now, Andorus is super weird, because sometimes he's super easy, sometimes he's very difficult. It all depends. It's a solid who knows what the hell will happen. Yeah, I'm probably just going to keep the same build. We'll see what happens from there. Alright. For those that don't know the story, it's funny because this came up in the OB64 Discord the other day. Whole deal with Andorus. He's a guy that's supposed to be representing all the Balmuckans because they got completely ruined. And they had all of, basically they had a bunch of little empires kind of scattered about all over the place, run by princes, who all got turned against each other, and he's basically one of those princes there. And his whole deal was like, hey, his people will be spared if he goes and basically serves Lotus here. So that's why the previous time he ends up running away, basically just telling you, hey, he already did his job here. And at this point, the only reason he's actually sticking with the whole last stand thing is quite simply if, if he ends up showing up anywhere, or if anything happens to him or this group, basically all his people are dead, so, there's that. Realistically, they probably wouldn't have the, the time or resources to go do anything. Actually, that's kind of the tragedy of a lot of the stories in the Ogre series. That they've got all these people that were put into compromising, like, blackmail situations, whatever, by Lotus. Realistically, if any of them had just gone and turned, they probably would be just fine. Because they try to pull so many things in so many places that all go wrong. Then realistically, no one's ever going for retribution because, well, like for example, you see one of the princes in OB64 as well. And he ends up gladly joining you. He actually just sits there and doesn't even feel like fighting the entire time. So he's just sitting there in the middle of a field like, hey, your job is to guard this area right here. And he takes that very literally. He'll literally just only sit there and guard that one spot. It's pretty awesome. But yeah, if you sneak up on Vad and get rid of his people around him, he actually ends up joining you. But you kind of find out throughout most of the series, like, they have way too many irons in the fire. There's never going to be a situation where they go back and get retribution on everybody they blackmailed, because, well, they've got their own problems on account of just basically losing every war ever at once, as they try to take over the world and all that. Which is why, more than likely, if there ever was to be an episode 8 that came out following the Cliff Notes that came out, it probably would be, Tardy leading what's left of the non-corrupt part of Lotus as the main party, since pretty much everybody else is confirmed to either be captured or unknown by that point. Because, like, Denim and all of them are supposedly visiting Zenobia. They're off on vacation, so it's already confirmed they lose, because they don't have their people with them. You got all the Zenobians who pretty much get assassinated, more or less, by a demon baby, of all things, because sure, why not? You get, presumably the bad ending for OB64, because no one even mentions what the hell the deal is with Palatinus at that point. They might just be irrelevant to that particular conflict. But anyway, it's interesting to think about. It's kind of a shame that we'll probably never get to see a conclusion, even though, you got Matsuno out there who regularly goes on Twitter. Well, I would totally do it if only somebody asked me to. Oh, wait a minute. Did the boss fight just lose itself? Please give me my turn so that I can just win now. Because, yeah, all I have to do is turn on Siege and push Armageddon, and this fight's done. Huh. Okay, maybe we will have time to actually get to the last boss. Yeah, especially if they all keep losing like that. Out of curiosity. Please miss that. Okay, he didn't land a shackle anyway because I've got stop proof off the Reaver Ring. I'm curious, what is your rank on that Empowered Dragon? 5, okay. I'm just curious how much range the Empowers give you. Which is funny because so few people ever use Empower abilities, I'm not sure anyone realized that they actually do scale by range. I think it was mentioned at some point that they might potentially scale some damage threshold as well, but I'm not sure. No, because then it would have to be a completely independent check, so no, it can't. It couldn't have been that. Come on, give me my turn! Don't be lame, please. No, seriously, the boss fight just won itself if... Yeah, that's it. Unless he's got a pike. See, there we go. There's a question. Why not just leave? Now, you know why. So he basically confirms that, yeah, they joined up with Martin and Barbas for this bit. In which he basically just says, yeah, they're here to try to kind of salvage their situation a bit. And the only way they're doing that is to figure out what the legacy thing is, which is basically just, hey, the guy locked himself into a demon gate like a complete dumbass. Alright, so there we go. And we should be able to get most of the... I think it was most of the loot items here. Whatever. We get 3 loot drops, and we finish off the boss. First try. That was not what I was expecting. I really kind of thought that would do more, but something about Endorus, he always ends up... always ends up getting ruined pretty bad. Yeah, even in this case, he basically goes and betrays them anyway. So, it's weird what his deal is. So, Nildame are his people, basically. So his whole deal is that, yeah, that eventually the place is getting invaded too. In the SNES version, that happened if you had got the bad ending. Presumably, by the time the remake rolled around, they had the idea in place to go do episode 8. So they changed it to where everything's just fine for forever, basically. If Cash was left in charge, like Valeria never has an issue again, which again is just weird on an ending for a series that isn't finished. Because, like, how is everything fine? They've already confirmed that Episode 8's basically going to be a friggin' like worldwide demon war, so how's everything fine? Oh, hi there, Mr. Vale. Is having a neutral encounter in OB6? Yeah, I wasn't expecting it either. To make a long story short, how that ended up happening is because it's been an incredibly busy last few days, and when you chug like 4 mugs of coffee at one time, and you just plain can't sleep. And, yeah, that's how that all ends up working out. So, decided to try and wrap up this whole dealie here. Alright, so this setup should work just fine for dealing with the undead fight. This one's pretty easy. The last stand tends to be another, like, bowling alley, more or less. The question is, can we get some quick exorcisms running here? Probably just crunch on some leaves to start off with, get rid of that Cyclops over there, because I do not want to deal with fear this early into the fight. There's functionally like 5 dudes in this map. Most of them, you can just throw a rock and you might get lucky and just knock them straight off a cliff. That's usually what ends up happening with that witch down there. The archer over there can get knocked off as well. I have seen her go down to a counter crit more than once. So there's that. Anyway, how's it all going over there, Mr. Vale? Well, say I haven't checked my messages in a decent bit. Like I said, it's been... oh boy, it's been a week. But yeah. Out of curiosity, Mr. Cow. I'm fair in assuming you've never played OB64, right? Okay, I think the dragon's gonna get a turn. We might be able to get away with the other one though. And funny thing, just like with most undead maps, you may notice that many of these guys are actually neutral. So there's actually only 3 Lodicians. The rest of these are unknowns. They will potentially attack the Lodicians based on your reputation and all that. So we need to deal with that guy, but it's not as urgent because these guys aren't super high health or anything. Let's go exercise this one. They're looking a bit flabby, need to exercise them. Alright. But yeah, I love the weird subtleties, though. Of the fact that that some of these guys will end up fighting each other if you have the right circumstances. Actually, it's something that ended up coming up for the suboptimal run. It's like, basically, if you are a bigger threat than than either of the 2 teams, they will both attack you. But if you're a lower level, or you're weaker, or, you know, for the suboptimal run, just plain sub-optimized in every way, then they will fight each other. So it basically just means that, yeah, they're going for that whole approach where they try to take out the weakest, or they try to deal with the strongest first and then just kind of work their way down, which, it's just cool. But, anyway. Could have dealt without that hitting, but fine. Alright, the rest of them are going to be reasonably bulky, so we're going to go Tabula to get rid of that fear. We're going to go do a resolve to get all them nice drippy healths going. Where is it? And we're actually going to be doing one thing slightly different, in which we're actually going to be... last time I think I did Palace of the Dead, then Floating Ruins, then Palace of the Dead again. We're actually going to do Floating Ruins immediately after, as soon as it unlocks. So it'd be Coda 1, then Floating Ruins, then Palace of the Dead, and the completion of Coda 2, then Coda 3, then Coda 4. The reason I want to do it that way is because Palace of the Dead 2 will be way easier picking up Star Ion. See, I haven't seen a stream in months. Yeah, it's been a very long time. Stuff has been very crazy with the 3rd kiddo being born and everything else. This is literally the one day in months that there's been, you know, an actual realistic opportunity to, and it was by total fluke. Like, the only reason I'm even at my computer and not with the rest of the family right now is because they're showing off the baby to the relatives, and we ended up not having a dog sitter. Normally we have a relative that's able to come by and feed dogs for us, and they can't. So it basically was this whole situation where I had a surgery, and would have effectively been in a situation where, hang on, let me see here real quick. Yeah, that would have been a good nuke there. Where basically I would not be able to lift things for a few days, which created a situation where technically I could work, doing certain things, you know, doing little side projects and things like that at home, and watch the dogs and all that kind of thing, while still following that rule to not lift things. Whereas if I had somehow gone, I probably would have ended up undoing the surgery that they did, trying to lift all the dog stuff in the car and all that. And yeah, ended up just being in a working frenzy the last few days, and then today just sort of happened. So I figured, screw it, let's at least try to wrap this up. Mostly anyway. So we're going to get up to the last boss, and then due to the amount of stuff that was involved in this part, we're actually going to save Coda and all the other stuff and make that its own thing, I guess. Alright, give me a turn to Tabula, please. Yeah, this team's definitely been beefed up a lot since last patch, for sure. Or rather, since the last time I was over here. So the entirety of endgame got some reworks. I think that was like mid-2020 or something. Alright. Anything good on the stream summer sale? Not a thing. I have not been looking to actually buy anything or anything along those lines for a good bit now. We've been trying to get out of the rent trap, basically. So all the extra work, all of the everything else, is literally all just in service of being able to eventually get a house so that we can finally stop getting ripped off on rent. Because I was saying earlier, between my wife and I, it should not be a realistic scenario that we do 7 jobs or more, depending on the day between us. She's got a professional career and everything, and despite that, we're, like, barely making ends meet. What is that? So yeah, it's a thing everyone's experienced to some degree, but yeah, it's, we need those expenses cut down, that's for sure. But that was kind of reason number 4 or 5 that I ended up selling the Vita. Because when I was mentioning that its price suddenly shot up, I was like, well, you know what would be real handy right now? About another $270. So there was that. Okay, what about this guy? Okay, this is going to be risky, but should be the way to go. Because her damage would be disabled, he can't rebuild people. The rest of these should be reasonably damaged. I think that one's boosted, though. No, he's got dash. We're not going to be able to follow up any KOs, though. We might as well siege it in case it ends up killing off anything else. Alright. Yeah, let's just go right here. And as he says, compassion has no place here. Beautiful. That'll do the job quite nicely. Hell, they always have a dead anchor. They friggin' always have a dead anchor when you don't want them to. But it missed, thankfully. Alright, she does not have a dead anchor, never mind. Please miss encounter. Perfect. If we can trickle heal this situation, then we can maybe get an exorcism too. If this misses... ah, crap. Rude. Alright, yeah, the AI is not going to bother getting rid of that. Nope. They're gonna do something stupid. Okay, yeah, that's a problem. I think we just lost it because of that stupid charm. I guess we'll find out. I guess the only thing that actually had enough damage to kill would be the dragon, and I think they missed. Alright. What are they spelling? Probably strength, then. Although, now they're still charmed, so... So they dispelled Guardian Force, they're still taking Trickle Heals. This is weird. Like, this is why I occasionally, on some maps, I'll end up taking Charm Proof. Just because of how funky these situations can end up getting. I mean, she basically just got herself killed for 9 damage. Don't even have control over this guy, and he's just winning it. Actually, this, weirdly enough, might be a perfect time to... Okay, it's not anymore. I was gonna say, it might be a perfect time to go throw out an Armageddon. But no, definitely need the heal 3, or possibly an area heal, depending on how this goes. Alright. Please deflect or something. Good block. Alright, so if we do an all heal, that's a KO. It's an okay heal. I mean, we're still going to have access to heal 3 next turn. It prevents the dragon damage. Might as well. Still worth the potentially exorcism 2 that's going to end up happening here. Perfect. This is survivable. Just because the dragon's down, so put the X2 here. We won't have access to the heal 3 anymore. But Knight's going to be out of range. What's your deal? Okay, they're an extend caster. Might as well take the mind card. It's not much, but it'll be handy. Like, any casting stats we can get at this point are going to be the priority. Dex and strength are almost maxed out. The reason that casting stats are important is, I mentioned earlier, the plan is to eventually get Star Ion. And, so the deal with that, the whole reason that we'd be going for it, you get it as kind of your nuke thing. So when I was using all of the holy orbs for the standard game, like the radiant orbs and all that kind of thing, the deal with that was to get rid of undead while attacking at the same time. And I know this is kind of a waste of TP right here, but that leaves them with few offensive options. Anyway, so to get back on point here, it allowed for doing a lot of damage while also exercising undead units. Depending on the different versions that you use, like for example if you use the Draconic version, you can knock them out and then you can use it a second time to exercise, which is okay for utility, not very good for trying to do anything relatively quick. Anyway, the reason that this all becomes relevant is because, yeah, Star Ion is the only one that can basically nuke the entire area, do a ton of damage, and exercise at the exact same time. If they get a kill with it, the thing's just gone. It's basically the same... Get another Susan Baki, alright? It's basically the same ability as from March of the Black Queen and all that, as you'd expect. I mean, it's basically always done that. But yeah, oh well. The hope is to eventually pick that thing up, but we'll see how it all goes. I'll probably leave the caster as the only one alive there so I can go pick up that card, because they shouldn't be able to knock us off the ledge, because the life giver that they're using is a two-handed staff. Alright, and that knight's back, and I guess we'll just eat a leaf. Actually, wait a minute, what am I doing? That's stupid. It's also good enough, whatever. Alright. These two will continue damaging themselves. Now, funny question. Hey, Briarios, isn't that... No, it's not. Okay, I thought it was classed as one of the Holy Hammers for some reason. I was gonna say, how are they holding that thing without hurting themselves, but... Never mind. Stupid observations are still stupid. They've got an Earth Hammer. It's fine. Pretty sure that something like that would have been caught. Okay. So now these two need to keep hurting themselves on this dude. Now we need to wrap up this fight, then go do Last Stand, then go do Martin and Barbas, and then go do the Doppelganger fight. And then Dorgi, and then that's kind of the end of that whole situation. Flagellation will do absolutely nothing. Constrictor is handy, but no. Armageddon is friggin' strong. I think we're just gonna go for the poison here. It's not very often that you want to use the poison. This is one of those cases. Because these two can't really heal themselves. At least I don't believe they can. And just allows for doing more damage to them, especially since the poison buff. Because that stuff is pretty darn good. Does Dispel get rid of poison? Are you serious? Why the hell does Dispel get rid of poison? That's kind of dumb. I gotta report that as a bug. That shouldn't happen. I mean, I know it's probably intentional. It just kind of sucks. Because again, poison is poison. It's like a physical thing. Dispel is supposed to get rid of magic-y type stuff, like readied abilities and whatnot. Rude. I mean, I guess it just does random buffs and debuffs. It's just, yeah, for Dispel being such a dang cheap move, I don't think it should get rid of poison. It's like one of the strongest debuffs in the game. Okay. Man, my throat is all dry like. Okay. Go ahead and take this one. Please do not crit me off a cliff, sir. I just really want this mind card. Actually, right, we've got Rampart Aura, so they can't even do that. Yeah, if you've ever wondered why they keep running around in circles and getting stuck, I always forget that, yeah, we've got Rampart. It just means they gotta do that. They gotta respect the rules. And if that's gonna be the case, we'll just go ahead and take her loot bag then. Because we are gonna need some dang stats and money and everything else to be able to actually do Hanging Gardens and whatnot. Now, I do want to... Yeah, there's Star Ion. There's the move I want. The nuke. This random friggin' Templar that just happened to be hanging out with the angels, apparently. Not that it matters. But this is why I love this build. It occasionally gets double turned by stuff, but it's pretty reasonably fast for, well, for everything here. Like, it's why I've completely retired the heavy armor build and stuff like that. Like, as good as the bulk was on that, just with this many units around this point. Just ends up being a problem. Okay. And now we move on to Last Stand. And for anyone who's wondered in FFT what the deal is with the giant thing of, which is like random flying boats and things like that, I'm pretty sure it was just, they looked at these levels and they're like, how can we make something similar, but also we gotta make it work in this aesthetic, and somebody was just looking through the game files and they're like, hey, sir, we've got boat tiles. Hi there, Davmerkblast, I think it's how that's pronounced. How's your everything and such going? Alright, let's do Reaver up here. Same as before, we just want to nuke them. I'm trying to go for the light blue guys as quickly as possible. Ideally, I want to get back to that cleric way in the back. We have a couple rounds before he even gets in range, though. So pretty much what we're going to do is try to go for one quick Armageddon, then break ahead to go after him. And then, yeah. Same, America's fine, doing okay. What about you guys? Exceptionally tired, but I know I probably wouldn't be able to fall asleep right now. So, there's that. Also really hoping that at some point mortgages in the country get reworked, but aside from that, you know. Yeah, go figure the logic of if your housing payment is not already 40% of your current total expenditure per month, then you're not allowed to lower your expenditure because you haven't figured out how to lower your expenditure. It's so dumb. It is so dumb. It's like literally gotta pay $1,400 in rent until we can not care about it enough to be able to lower it down to like $900. Like, they always give you the same condescending speech every time we go for it too. Like, you know, gotta make sure that you're ready for these expenses and things. Like, dude, you're low. It lowers expenses. You know this. Anyway. Random frustrations over houses aside. Sorry, it's been like a 5-year journey to try to get a house. And these dang prices just keep going up and up and up. And I had a really annoying moment earlier where I was talking to a guy. And the difference between finally getting out of this rent trap we've been stuck in for years and not was a difference of $400. Now, I had talked to this guy last week and basically told him, like, okay, here's all these side projects I'm doing. You know, it's technically, not like a full employment kind of thing, but you can see this is consistent enough, that this helps cover expenses and things. And so this guy is looking over the numbers and says, oh yeah, this will probably work to get the thing done. Lo and behold, he disappears for a week. Meanwhile, I'm going and talking to 3 others around the same time. None of them even bother calling me back. Like, I call them every day, it doesn't matter. None of them ever call me back. You know why? Because they're all off giving loans to investors and things like that to go make even more rent traps all over the city. And they can't even be bothered to get back to you if you're not making a rent trap. It's... oh, it is depressing beyond depressing, I tell you what. I mean, there's people that are buying essentially like trailer park homes, picking them up, moving them over to nicer areas, putting like fake stone siding on the side and pretending it's a real house and selling it for the price of a real house. And yeah, it's like, oh, it's a trailer park home. Yeah, this seems worth $200,000. Oh, jeez. It is depressing. That is for dang sure. Okay. So, overall, doing pretty darn well here. So we've got flight going. It doesn't seem like they chose to dispel it. Let's see. Well, this makes me not want to reach the age of leaving my parents. Yeah, enjoy that time, I'll tell you. Man, I've been on all sorts of different sides of the real estate equation. I mean, I used to be an investor myself. I used to rehab properties. Used to be a property manager at one point. You know, I was a landlord for a good few years, and it's like on all sides of it, that whole industry is so messed up on just every definition. Like if you ever had the slightest glimmer of a doubt over whether your landlord really just sees you as a number, they absolutely just see you as a number. Like, despite what they always say every single time you go to rent a place or whatever else. Like, anytime you see gatherings of property managers and things like that, you know, all kinds of conferences, and at the start of the whole thing, they usually give you this whole long speech. It's like, oh, you know, we care about everybody, and we want to make sure everyone's doing everything as ethically as... Sorry, I'm probably talking a bit weird right now, because, again, really, like, 99.9% asleep right now. They're like, oh, we'll do everything as ethically as possible, and it's, you know, everything will be fantastic, and we're such good people. Let's all pat ourselves on the back endlessly. Followed up immediately by like, oh yeah, here's how I piecemeal, you know, rob somebody with this hotel over here, because we realized a bunch of people had drinking problems, and we could charge them extra if we told them that the TV cost more. So, yeah. Like, oh, you know, here, look, we basically get this free pet cleaning thing if we use this company over here. But you know what? Our tenant doesn't know that, so we can make them pay this pet cleaning fee over and over and over. It doesn't matter that we get it for free and only have to use it once. Like, that kind of stuff. Pretty much for days at a time. But anyway, that's kind of the world we live in, I suppose. It is what it is. You make the money, you make the rules, as it said. Alright. Moving on. So gotta get this blue guy. Did not mean to face that direction, but hopefully that'll work out just fine. So pretty much what I want to do here, since the blue guy will always try to stay relatively opposite of the other guys here, I'm hoping that he'll decide to go for a corner tile, and we can just slap him off the edge. Otherwise, we'll end up going for a fully charged Armageddon, which should do the job just fine by itself. We'll see. We'll see which ends up coming up first. Last Stand is typically not a particularly difficult fight, so, you know, we'll see how it all ends up panning out. Martiman Barbas, I'm pretty sure I've seen plenty of updates. But yeah, so far, this is feeling pretty good. Cursed is not ideal because it's about an extra 150 damage they get for free there. Alright, let's see. Well, we got kind of lucky. Apartment rent out here was more than mortgage, and our home right in the last month of the housing... Or we got our home right in the last month of the housing credit here. Yeah, that's a really lucky break for sure. Sorry, throw was being weird there. I didn't mean to just suddenly stop. But yeah, we've had this awkward situation for years. Like when my wife and I had first met and, you know, started going off on our own years ago, we were kind of in this position where I already had Like, I already had half ownership of a house. But I had this massive disagreement with the person on the other half. They had completely lost their mind, and so ultimately I was like, screw it. Just get my name off that mortgage. She's completely gone off the deep end. You know, I don't even know how to salvage that whole situation. And so it was just kind of left as that. So started over from scratch. And so we end up moving to a bigger city. My wife starts her career and everything. And I say bigger city, it's really like a medium-sized city, but, you know, everything relative and all that kind of thing. But once, you know, once we get going, we're like, okay, you know, we got the first kid on the way, we should be looking at getting a house, and we started looking into it. And they're like, okay, we can approve you for $80,000. So we're thinking, okay, that's, you know, that sounds like it was pretty decent. Some chuckle bucket investor guy goes and writes an article saying that the city was the fastest growing city in America. It wasn't up to that point, but as soon as he friggin' wrote it, it sure as hell was. So immediately, that mortgage did nothing. Like, it literally was not... You couldn't even get a mobile home for that. So yeah, basically everywhere we looked, we were perfectly okay with even just a full-on rehab, as long as we had some place to build into a house. Nothing. We found absolutely nothing that we could make any use of that mortgage for. So, okay, you know, we figure, you know, my credit was completely trashed. You know, she had some stuff going on too. What we might as well try is just, you know, keep building at it, keep seeing what we can do, put some money away, start saving, all that kind of thing. And then everything goes nuts all throughout the state. So my business at the time involved buying and selling cheap properties. Like, we're talking really cheap, like down in the hundreds cheap. And that market completely disappeared. That whole business went completely into the ground. And yeah, a whole bunch of other technicalities later, and we just find ourselves in this position where, okay, we've improved our credit a little bit, but now technically that shows that there was a loss for a year, and now suddenly that's the issue. So we wait another year, and prices are still going up this entire time. At this point, it's fairly standard for most houses to be gone, A, within the same afternoon of actually being listed, and B, going up by about $50,000 to $80,000 higher than their actual asking price. So, needless to say, a little hard to get into that bubble for a number of reasons. Meaning that the only opportunity we had to actually get a house was essentially going through a sort of religious program of sorts, wherein they will specifically build you a house, knowing that you're in that type of situation, will get you financed for it, essentially get you going through this whole thing, specifically only selling to people that are in this screwed situation. But it takes months. So once again, you know, several months later into this whole process, we've gone through everything that they said to. We get to the very end, and sure enough, it's like a $400 difference between getting approved and not approved. But in order to fix that $400 difference, it takes about $5,000 in and of itself. And again, all of this is to get approval to lower our rent from $1,400 down to like $9. Like, it hurts to even describe, quite frankly. It's like, the amount of frustration is just plain unreal. So, you know, sure enough, we just keep going after the same dream over and over and over. Every time something happens. It's like over and over and over and over for years, and the prices keep going up, and all of the numbers keep going crazier and crazier. And the lenders get more and more condescending. Like I said, this guy, of a list of about 12 lenders that I called, there were only a total of 4 that actually bothered to reply in any meaningful way. 3 of which immediately forgot about that and just dropped off contact. 1 of which we actually had started going through this whole approval process for. So, this guy has so far failed to actually add any income of mine on there 3 separate times, and then today, out of nowhere, just finally responds to me, and then just goes back to his same previous message, having completely forgotten anything that we ever talked about. I'm just like, nope. Seems like you should maybe just go make everything completely perfect before I'll care, and yeah. Endlessly frustrating, I'll tell you that much. It's, if you ever have the opportunity to not deal with that nonsense, believe me, it's way worse than you've probably heard. It's like that. There's a pretty regular disagreement at this point, where you got older folks insisting the younger ones are just simply lazy or whatever else. It's like, I don't think you guys realize how bad your generation messed it up. Stuff is broken. But yeah, like, even with housing credits, even with building programs and whatever else over here, it's near impossible to actually even get the opportunity to buy even something completely overpriced. So if you want the opportunity to actually work, like, you know, if we have to stay in a place where, you know, where my wife's work is, if you want to have that opportunity, well, then you got to be in one of the places that have money there. If if you want to be able to actually get a house, though, you have to somehow manage to get rid of all of your debts in that whole process while being repeatedly thrown new debts constantly. It's, oh boy. Would not recommend it. Would not recommend any part of it. Like, it's just a never-ending train wreck. But what can you do? The AI over here still continues to keep debuffing itself because of the that one new skill. Really wouldn't make too much of a difference in this context, but oh well. Alright, so I'm going to go pick up that hermit at some point, but for now, what we want to do is get this guy either constricted or flagellated, or yeah, we'll just go constrictor, I think. So we're going to go for one of these, 448, 393. Yeah, I think we'll go for something like this. But yeah, so, by the way, for further context, to explain what I was talking about there, that whole pile of different things to get done, as far as different hurdles that had to be jumped to actually get to that point, like, you basically have to have your credit, and this is going to be a fairly standard house. You have to have both people's credit above 700. You have to have the actual eventual or your current rent has to be 40% or lower of your current income. Additionally, it was an organization that had to specifically pick people that had to take several months to actually get vetted for it. At which point they had to basically hold off selling the thing to anybody else to work on only a handful of people. While at the same time basically requiring 3 separate types of mortgages and a home credit to get approved for, in order to be able to actually be able to pull off selling this dang thing, because they can't sell it underneath market value to a certain degree. So instead, it has to be like they give you a mortgage, somebody else gives you a mortgage, you get another mortgage for your actual down payment. It's so dumb. And then you get, like, you know, somebody in their 80s or something like that, like, I'll just go to the bank and you get a mortgage and that's how the responsible people do it. You kids are just dumb. And, yeah. About that. Alright. Housing rant over. Fight almost done. Almost to the end game here. It's enough tiredness and depression out of that. And so, yeah, to make a long story short, no, I didn't pick up anything good at the Steam Summer Sale. Kind of a long-winded way to say that, but yeah. Like, at this point, I'm literally just selling anything of value to additionally throw into that pile of attempting to fix things. Alright. So, 3 dudes left here. Kids are so incompetent. 80-year-old guy that doesn't even try to understand what's happening. Oh yeah, that's. Oh man, there was this one guy. I forget his name right now. Some politician a-hole. from last year, talking about how there's no problem in anything at all, and you know, back in his day, all he had to go do was work a part-time job, and he was able to afford a mortgage. Like, yeah, now you can have several full-time jobs and be able to afford half of your rent. It's not great. Not great at all. I'm kind of curious if it's this way everywhere else too. Surely it can't be. Like everywhere else in the world, I mean. It's like, this feels like a very US kind of problem, you know? Usually folks tend to get pretty pissed off about that level of exploitation. But we literally have lenders that won't reply to legitimate mortgage requests because they're too busy funding rent farms. And hell, they even admit it. I'm not doing a very good job at ending that particular conversation, am I? Ah, well. Either way, this one's just about wrapped up. Just. As, once again, they continue debuffing themselves. That looks funny. And this guy keeps buffing our max damage here. Yeah, I kind of feel like Last Stand was actually made easier, if anything, since the endgame rebalance. So I was hoping they'd get knocked off the cliff there. Alright. There we go. Any decent, unique stuff in there, or is it just same old, same old? Yeah, more of the same. Pretty sure I already have all the elemental staffs and all that kind of thing. They might come into play later. We'll see. Alright. Last fight of the main game. Let's do this thing. Anyway, just reached Chapter 4 after some nice, lawful fights. Well, congratulations! How was your genocide? Alright. And then some plot happens. That's nice. Let's move on. Not here for talking. Here for slapping things with a whip. Kind of feel like this whole run will end up giving people a it's like a false value to the the Grimalkin and just whips in general. Because, like, they're good. They usually just never get a chance to get to this level. I mean, to get a guy this strong took specifically assembling this very specific setup. It was like being able to avoid most debuffs, being able to spare enough slots to be able to do all kinds of stupid stuff. Creating a build that A, locks people into place in a circle around you, and B, is basically the prime point of aggro for everything. It's just a funny time like that. Now, this guy's got a poison move, this guy's got a stone move. We do not want to let him get that stone move off. So basic idea is I need Constrictor on him, so we need Martem gone first. I was hoping to let him attack first, but oh well. Oh, he's just going to go for one of those. That's his finisher. So that's the one with the, well, it used to be in Venom, but now it's Poison. So I need Constrictor spam on Barbas. This guy is just going to get regular hits for the most part. Barbas is only going to run around casting otherwise. Is he enjoying the game so far? Using some generics and some uniques to balance things out? Yeah, there's no reason not to... Well, hell, there's never been a reason to not just use whatever. Honestly, even like thinking back on it, I used to give this game so much crap for like, oh, you know, the uniques are so much better than the generics, rah rah rah, and they're really not. It's usually a really minor difference. It's overcomeable pretty quick. Now, again, this is one vision endgame, so yeah, Martim comes in with rank 8 swords, rank 7 Augs, rank 6 parry. Like, this dude's got stuff. Just so you're aware. This is not vanilla. They came into the end game with rank 4 skills or some kind of thing. That part was a little silly at times, but yeah, we're kind of just having a parry war at this point. What can you do? We have become the Dark Souls. I don't actually know if you can do a parry while you're currently staggered in that one. And we go for Flagell, maybe Constrictor. I don't think these two can... Oh yeah, he can't even be stopped, can he? No, they probably got death proof. What about poison? Can he be poisoned? No. Well, flagellation it is. Alright. See, don't mind uniques being better. They're supposed to be badass heroes, but they have to be worth training over the generic I can buy. True. I like how in OV they just kind of have a just weird skill loadout. So like your generics can only have or stat loadout, sorry. Your generics only get specific skills in specific ways. Whereas, like for example, if you have a normal guy, they'll either have random, or they're going to be strong, fast, or smart. Basically, the Knight of Lotus approach. Or you got the uniques, like you got Sistina there, who's just going to be like fast and also a good caster. There's like some kind of mix of other stuff. It's, you know, at least spicy enough to keep things interesting. Right. Last Resort is a weird choice on him. Anyway, we'll just go ahead and tabula straight at that. Yeah, they were not meant to be able to win this kind of fight, I just want to say. Because they're just kind of completely outmatched here. In fact, we might be able just to sky laser them. Yep, let's do that. Their resistance is kind of terrible, actually. Did these guys not get reworked? Well, no, they have higher skills. Of course they got reworked. This is weird. And then Martim, or Barbas becomes extra British for a second. Got the Nefrit, got a Unicorn Horn. Yeah, I think that's guaranteed now. Since it's endgame, and since it's a unique weapon, I think that's actually guaranteed now. Go for some flagellation action. No problem, unless this petrifies, in which case we're screwed. Perfect. Yeah, we kind of might have some really good evasion is the thing. He is very close. He's literally right next to it. Now, does this give us the sanction? No. Yeah, it does give us the sanction. So you do get everything. And we got Orichalcum. Actually, no, we already could have gotten Orichalcum. Didn't give us any... We got more Daedalus parts. I felt so stupid after the whole Orichalcum thing that I ended up picking up the gloves and didn't end up picking up the freaking super weapon that I wanted. But oh well. This works out just fine. It's a giant pulsing triangle. So we must obey the magic Dorito and have a last boss. All worship the mighty Dorito. Alright. So this first fight almost always goes poorly at first. Let's see what happens. In fact, there's probably no reason to even bother fighting the doppelganger. Because A, we'll probably be able to avoid everything he does, and B, Dorgy is probably so much weaker it's not even... Oh, he does actually have max health. Never mind, I forgot Dorgy got a rework. Alright, what's his deal? So he still doesn't have an accessory. Who's got higher vitality? Okay, we've got higher vitality, strength, dex. He's got higher agility. Wow, avoidance. We've got 100 higher avoidance than he does. Higher res, higher mind. Literally everything other than agility we've got higher. Not sure why he's so weirdly accurate, but okay. He's pretty much a master of overpower. That's funny. He doesn't actually have two-hander skills. Huh. Weird. Alright, whatever. So yeah, current plan, ignore Doppelganger, beat crap out of Demon. Pfft, okay, yeah, that's hilarious. He's gonna actually focus on Dispel, because we've got Dispel. Okay, I love it. Plink, plink. Yeah, if he's just gonna do that, this is gonna be absolutely no problem. If he keeps landing hits, though, that's a little dicey. Although he's gonna keep repeatedly boosting dark moves, so probably want to keep in mind to use the nuke. Cool thing, again, it's Ogre, so nobody really has, like, self-resistance. The thing just gets stronger. I mean, I was originally planning to need to come into this with, like, Magic Reflection or some crap, but, yeah. This is going great. In fact... how much damage can we do with that? Some. They're literally slapping around the last boss right now. Oh man, I thought that was phase 2 for a second. We're about to hit phase 2, though. Like, he'll hit him with the heal 3, but... we're just about there. And in fact, it probably even makes sense to stay in phase 1 for a while, because phase 2 might get boosted. But if we just sit here and charge, get like completely, get like max rank prevailing element, just one-shot the guy. Bad King whack whack, pretty much. Just turn on Siege, maybe get a little bit more damage out of this. Cool thing about Siege is that it tends to give a nice return pretty immediately. And in fact, I should probably just keep spamming Siege, because that's all he's going to focus on. Because the AI is apparently stupid. And in fact, actually, we're going to go right here and see if we can just crit him off the cliff. And that'd be the easiest way to do it. Okay, that's a cool one. I think Evil Deeds is new. I mean, we can tabula out of that, but whatever. That slow is pretty brutal, though. Probably get some resolve going. There we go. This is a good one right there. It's a nice little passive healing. He'll probably go for not a Dispel, surprisingly. But from now on, I should be putting my back to the cliff when he gets himself knocked off. Alright, Here Fiend? No Here Fiend. Tempted, but no. I want to go into the second phase pretty much as powered up as possible. So what I'd like to do is actually get him on the crit. So in this case, I'll either go for an attack from behind, and he did go for that. Went for the Constrictor, that's not going to do much. Like, it'll do damage, but he can't actually land any of the super debilitating stuff. That was another reason that Whip just works really well for this. Just because, A, you have most of your harder enemies in the game that are actually going to be boosting its damage. B, you're creating a situation where you're immune to a debuff. Plus, most of its finishers can't actually be used against you with the Doppelganger. Like, it's basically perfect for this exactly specific situation. Probably should have come in with items. I was really hoping to do this one without items, but whatever. That's what we're doing right now. So far, it's going fantastically. Still no Here Fiend. Now, let's do Siege, so he goes for a Dispel. Please attack. Not the attack I was hoping for. I was hoping he'd go for a melee, and then we'd just finish him off. He's gonna go for the heal. Alright, what's our prevailing looking like? Somehow dark. How even? Yeah, 393, not bad at all. Let's go for a basic item heal though. Lucky 40%. Yeah, the AI in general is getting pretty dang lucky, I gotta say. So if we go for a strength, and we can wrap this one up right now. I'm not convinced that's the best way to do it, though. Just tabula into a heal would pretty much get us back to full. I mean, mostly they're losing the fight themselves, so whatever. Now, since Phase 2 is really fast, it probably wouldn't hurt to try to get a full MP bar, too. I don't think they've got anything that can get rid of that, so that should be fine. And every time he does one of these, it's just an extra maximum 4 to 6 whatever damage. That's fine. And just immediately get rid of that. Probably use Resolve again. In fact, it's funny because in theory, these guys should be the perfect team. Because he's got light, the other guy's got dark, you know, they can go bounce each other off with the way that OV handles elements. But they're not gonna, because this guy's too busy trying to poison me. Now, granted, poison is really good these days, but still. You know, with each turn that they want to keep chuckling around here, we just get stronger, so whatever. We came to fight the guy that was trying to get permanently stronger and accidentally keep getting stronger fighting him instead. It is funny, though, that Dark has not overtaken Earth as it stands right now. Hi there, Sphero. How's it going? I know, it's been absolutely ages, and it will continue to be absolutely ages, because, yeah. Yeah, so far we are thoroughly winning this one without too much issue. I mean, he's trying, don't get me wrong, they're definitely trying. It's just the AI can't really, can't really keep up right now. So far it's been going pretty okay. I think the most dramatic part of this whole fight so far has been the whole discussion over the housing crisis. So, you know. Did your party annihilate each other? No. What the hell is he trying to do? It's a 0% chance. I think he's got an insta-kill move. That's what that's supposed to be. But yeah, no, this was a solo. So this is technically the finale of the... well, up to the end of Chapter 4. I still plan to do the other 4 chapters. But yeah, the thing is, I have not really had a moment to do anything recording-wise or streaming-wise or anything else in forever. So, came back incredibly tired, decided to kind of give this a go. We're going to use one heal 3 here. Just to at least get a full meter. This'll be good enough. This'll be good enough. I can use small heals. See, second phase, I know it's been improved. He's going to be way, way, way faster. That's why I'm kind of trying to just use this to power up. By the way, Sphero, just to kind of explain what's going on here. Every time that he casts Cerberus, it's boosting our max damage a little bit, because it's essentially adding to prevailing elements, which we specialize in Dark. So, by the way, check out that debuff pile. That's looking pretty good. That's a list of statuses and a half. Yeah, currently there's solo that's wrapping up. There's suboptimal, which will... I don't know if there's going to be streams of that one. I mean, maybe at some point, if If time is a thing that decides to not be terrible for a little bit. Just sum it up for hypochondria. Uninsurable. Alright. Please don't give a double turn. And he got the double turn. And that is really... Okay, I was going to say, if that crits, that would suck. I think we might actually have to just bite the bullet and just use the finisher on him, because he's going to keep using evil deeds. Unfortunately, it's slightly boosting him as well. Might have seen that he's getting 1 or 2 extra damage off some of these moves. If he could please stop landing them consistently, that'd help a lot. Alright. I'm just going to spam leaves. This is why you typically want to bring items, because if you run out of spells or whatever else, you can just pop an item, get your full heals going. This is incredibly easy in vanilla, because you could just create the maximum healing items and just go straight to full health. In this one, the highest you can ever do is 150 plus scaling, so you're getting max like pretty much the same thing as heal 3. Heal 4 is going to be the best heal in the game, but, you know, we don't have that. So, yeah, if they could stop landing 40s, man, that'd be great. It'd be really convenient. Yeah, right now we're just waiting for an opening to drop the Armageddon. Yeah, that's a drop tile. We do not want to be doing that. Perfect. Alright, come on. Counter crit him off the cliff. Again, with the 45%. Maybe missed some of those, huh? Right, that's not going to be enough damage. What I think I might go for is maybe a Constrictor. No, he's going to be immune to Constrictor. Right, Dorgy blocked the drop tile. Is he going to go for a melee finally? Oh hey, he remembered his melee attack exists. Perfect. We can do a damage. Right, so if we boost this, we should be able to jump into phase 2. Not ideal, but it'll do what it'll do. So he'll shrug it off just fine. He will not shrug it off just fine. Hairfiend? Hairfiend! Yay! We got the Hairfiend. And yes, he will now get rid of his doppelganger so that he can be way weaker on his own. Although he now gets 6 turns in a row, so there's that. Thankfully he can barely move for reasons. Okay. So I'm gonna go Siege up here, because he likes to get close and do claw attacks every now and then. And I guess he'll just go for the nuke instead. And it's the giant egg. That thing is really freaky looking. The scariest freaking thing I've ever seen, but okay. I forget if the egg is a new thing. But it missed, somehow. Don't question how, that definitely didn't look like it missed. Didn't even look like it could miss. Alright. Looks like an SMT? Yeah, it totally does. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to up resolve. And we're going to go and get another siege going. I'm going to present him in the back. He's going to go ahead and take a swing, hopefully get parried. Because, you know, sometimes you just parry a god, why not? He did not parry, that is rude. But that's how we're going to get damage in on not our turn. And then hopefully one finisher should do the job if we get a turn here. And he goes for the Exaltio again. So fuzzy and cute in his final form. He's fluffy. And yeah, welcome to Egg God. Egg God apparently has very poor accuracy. Is that why it's Exaltio? It's an egg? Oh my god. I love it. I can't not love an egg that's stupid, or an egg pun that's stupid. Oh no. Is there some merits in using the Dark Priest class in vanilla? I love the sprite in the portrait. Her only has drains is offensive. Yeah. It's not great. But, I mean, it literally is just like, as far as their offense, they've got drains, they've got some basic abilities, like, it's pretty much all just basic projectiles and stuff. So they can't really make much use of their basic moves there. But actually, this one might land. Nope, still missed. But they do at least have very high stats. So if you've got use items and things like that, that's potentially very handy. So you know, they can be useful as an item class. They can just be useful as a kind of hybrid class. They're action poison or action and venom move is actually pretty potentially useful, but you know, it's really more of a flavor thing. Alright, so anyways, and then we used Armageddon on a god, and he died, so there's that. And that is how you beat the entirety, well, not entirety, but how you beat the main campaign of One Vision, using only one character. So he can just handle it himself, it's fine. And then Dorky goes boom, and you just flush the god down the toilet, as you do. Alright, let's see. Also, I've never seen that egg god summon, did not know that was a thing. What was that lore-wise? Enjoyed the Dark Priest, but no exorcism means it kind of hurts to use in those places. Yeah, pretty much. So I think Exaltio is the move that he never used in vanilla. I know Raics mentioned that there was one move that we would see more of that he had access to but just never used. And yes, Exaltio is the egg god. I love it. I can't not love that. It's just so good. Beat a dark god, time to get killed by a random bullet. Yeah, that's the ending in a nutshell. I mean, okay, again, like, really deep lore discussion on the OB64 Discord the other day, and, it's interesting that, like, it seems like the way that everything was coming together for, or, like, everything that was known about the Episode 8 cliff notes and things like that, it seems like, yeah, the actual bad ending to OB64 might be legit. Where everyone just sort of forgot Magnus existed. And I somehow have a feeling that that ending was put in there by Mitsuno on purpose, because anytime somebody mentions OB64 on Twitter, he's very quick to point out he had nothing to do with it for some reason. I don't know what he's got against it, it's an awesome game. Something about it lore-wise apparently just derailed his entire career, and also probably ran over his puppy or something, because jeez, dude. Canon ending, Denim goes for gelato after this. Do we get the good music? Do we get the awesomeness of the sad music? I love the sad ending simply because of the friggin' music. Or no, wait, no. Cash was alive, so we don't get the sweet music. Canon ending, Denim goes for gelato after this. Yeah, he goes for a gelato over in Zenobia, and then a demon baby murders everybody, and then he presumably gets captured. So you think he's still mad OB64 doesn't use triangles? Fair point. Fair point. Also, unfortunately, One Vision still has not added Gun Knight as an actual class, and I'm really disappointed by that. Like, I'm hoping at some point... Like, okay, there's been a lot of reworks to Rudlum to turn him into different things. And considering he's supposed to be Rashidi, who later comes back and assassinates Tristan and like a lot of the other Zenobians in Episode 8, I think it only makes sense if he reworks him to actually be the gun knight that assassinates you here too. Alright, a true canon ending. Denim realized that everyone hates him and created a harem with World. Jeez, I mean, if somebody's got time travel powers, it's gonna happen eventually. I mean, look at the entire premise of Groundhog Day. Dude goes through some pretty dark chapters, and then eventually is just like, well, I guess I'll stop doing all the crazy illegal stuff and just learn every language and learn everything there is to learn and learn every instrument. Like, suddenly just being able to predict every single thing, and like... I saw an interesting analysis of, over that entire movie. It seemed to kind of indicate that they were there for decades. Man. Honestly... Okay, real question. If somebody, like, eventually, obviously, it would get boring or whatever else, but if you were in, like, a Groundhog Day scenario, if you were doing, you know, the Majora's Mask thing or something like that, and you were stuck for a day or a couple days or whatever else, in just this, like, weird scenario where you could basically do anything and just immediately reset, is that awesome or does that suck? Because, honestly, I'm still kind of on the fence on that one. I mean, it could happen. He literally can rewrite the intro by killing Lens and stealing the Ambition. Yeah, anything can happen. Anything is canon in this game. Meaning that probably the entire game is non-canon, and more than likely the original SNES version is the true canon. It's unclear. Thank you, one man. She says, can't even bother to remember his name. Jeez. Some sister. Cold as ice. But on the plus side, you know, he's about to go on a date. Because Priest Lady's got the hots for him for some reason. She's like, man, them stats though. I saw that stat sheet. I saw that character sheet. It was looking beefy. You seen that parry rank, Dad? Dude can literally almost deflect bullets. Supposedly, if you get deflect all the way up to 15, but it only ever goes up to 14. Man. I don't know, Olivia's ending always seemed super weird to me, because she goes through this whole, like, setup earlier on, where, you know, she's basically willingly, trying to let her entire order die just for the purposes of, you know, talking to Denim there and all that kind of thing. Just basically trying to create this situation where they hopefully can avoid a fight or whatever else, and then eventually seems to be like kind of the mature one of the sisters, and then in her ending she's like, oh, I gotta go on a date, I found a boy. I don't know, it seems weirdly like teenagery at the end, but I mean, I guess they kind of are, aren't they? I forget the ages. I want to say she was like in her early 20s or something at the end of the story. Like, I think Sistina was the young one, and then, like, Sherry was, like, the, kind of like the Valley Girl type situation, and then you had the big one with Saria, who, you know, wants to be the big sister, so she's all about the murders, apparently. And, then, yeah, you had the religious one. But yeah, let's see, OB series spoilers. Lancelot saves Eleanor from the Chaos Portal, they get married. Then a mermaid appears and stabs him. Lance's dying words are, what did you get, Ramsa? Well, you see, I got this amazing Subway sandwich. Apparently, he just became a mascot for Subway. Why not? They needed to replace their other guy, something fierce. By the way, actually, never mind. That was a whole other thing. I should probably go finish that chicken-only run. There's so many weird runs you can do for FFT. Father, I saved my sister and she doesn't even remember my name. Ruse! It's okay, son. I don't remember your name either. Although I was saying that in the, like, one of the chicken-only run. Okay, I was doing an FFT run a little while ago. Is it called Chicken Run? No, we ran out of clay. We couldn't call it that legally. No, the whole idea was just I wanted to do an FFT. Like, okay, Mr. Vale was going on about how War of the Lions on the PSP isn't as bad as I remember, even with the like weird PSP jank and all that, like without the patches and whatever else to fix all that. Which, by the way, even with the patches, the sound is still terrible. I want to slap whoever did the sound design on it. Anyway, also, by the way, I gotta love how the actual definition on this boat is way higher than anything else. Like, this is the single most high definition prop in the entire game. But no, the premise of the Chicken Run was it was supposed to be one guy named Cluck Warrior, and you could basically only use mounted characters past Dorder. But yeah. And then I got a bit distracted doing Metal Gear Acid challenge runs in the middle of Makido being born and all kinds of other chaos going on here lately, and then was going on a mass selling spree to try to get rid of one stubborn friggin' like loan that was necessary years ago that we thought was done and over with, just to try and shoot that dang thing down, and working our butts off pretty much every day, to the point of why in God's name am I actually awake right now? I need to get some sleep. Alright, some challenge runs on the Tweakhack? Tweakhack? I shouldn't ask. There's probably a solid 10 billion mods for FFT at least. See, with his defense and all his stats and everything else, it absolutely makes sense that his dad is a friggin' stone. I see no reason to question this. Alright. And it's funny, because back when we were doing this intro, Vice's armor was actually a different color. Man, it has been so long since we started this run. It's literally been over a year. But, again, such is how it is. At least we get the happy music. I think this is the first challenge run that's actually gotten the happy ending, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I know first solo run I intentionally got the bad ending because it made perfect sense. So as soon as he saw the flash, he was like, hey, guns are pretty cool, I'm gonna go back in time and steal that. Don't worry, Denham's memory is a bit fuzzy. Yeah, he loves sepia tone, it seems. See, Tweak is a mod that allows you to control guests, has smart encounters, and lowers the Dark Knight requirements, like it of the original, mostly due to controllable guests. Have you tried Cerebos mod? It's for the original. I mean, I guess Tweak might be for word lines and all that. Cerebos mod basically adds in the stuff that the Word Lines did, except it does it cooler. So, for example, instead of adding Luzo from FFTA 2, you get Ashley Riot from Vagrant Story. Instead of you still get your Dark Knight as an additional class, but you also get one as a guest partway through the story to kind of give you an idea of how those work. You get a bunch of reworks. Like, it basically takes a lot of the cool stuff that FFT 1.3 did, and then reworks it in a way that isn't, like, basically... it basically isn't an instant proctology simulator. Because, yeah, lately I've been going through War of the Lions FFT 1.3, and that's the thing, like, Cerebos mod just does it better. It's got the same features, except it doesn't go out of its way to constantly punish you for nothing. Just like 1.3 as a mod in general, it is definitely just, it's meant to be suffering. Strangely enough, I like the War of the Lions version slightly better than the original for that one. Just because they had a few little kind of miscellaneous tweaks there that felt pretty good. Alright, let's see. Denham carried this campaign harder than Jim Carrey carried the Sonic movie. True. Very true. See, Tweak is PSP, yes. I heard PS1 version is annoying to emulate. It's not, though. It's pretty good to emulate. And the Cerebro mod adds a ton of quality of life stuff, like even a cutscene skip. It's not necessarily a cutscene skip, it's more like you hold down the X button and it fast forwards at like 10 times speed. He's called Jim Carrey for a reason. Oh yeah, and they fixed the Ani from the original. That part was... It's like, okay, it also kind of comes down to preference. I personally don't like the movies that they added to the War of the Lions version. Like, they're not bad, I just don't like them. I just think they're super jarring, because I like the original, how they have, you know, all the expression and all these little sprites and everything else. It just felt supernatural the way they implemented it, and then they're like, here's a movie, here's chess, here's a movie, here's chess, you know. But either way. See, Emergence is the true PSP 1.3, harder than vanilla, but you don't get killed before getting a turn. I haven't tried Emergence, but I will say Cerebro is definitely my favorite FFT mod by far. But yeah. So you see that they interviewed the creator of the Mana series for its anniversary. They asked him to make some Mana game, and he goes extreme bleak with his answer. I'll believe it. I haven't seen the interview, but I'd love to see that. Also, I will say, so was recently playing through it again on a PSP, just kind of test it out and all that kind of thing. That tree surprises me every time with that intro. Like, it's just a tree begging for attention. How many games start like that? It's like, and our story begins with these shrubs demanding that you love them. This magical broccoli wants to make sure that you got a crush on it real hard right now, and you're gonna love it. It's gonna be so charming, you're gonna love this thing. So you love how the PSP cutscenes decided not to use the Chapter 4 outfit? Oh, I totally forgot about that! I will say the Balthier cutscene is pretty freaking cool, though. Like, I'm pretty sure everyone's accidentally quoted that and thought it was awesome on accident. Also, what is this? What am I looking at right now? Because that's not the Hanging Gardens. What is... That's not the Floating Ruins. What is that crap? What is this art of? I think it's supposed to be the Floating Ruins. Like, some of this art, you really can't tell what on earth was going on, and for some reason they've got a hell of a lot of castles just built into mountains that don't exist. So basically you're born alone, you die alone, everyone who joins your life will leave it, either through your death or those. Mana in those small moments you make on each other's hearts before you die. Man, I mean, after seeing so many bits of that series just kind of either succeed or flop based on absolutely nothing to do with the quality of the games themselves, I mean, I can see them getting that opinion about it. So many typos. Sorry, it's like 2 a.m. Yeah, it's like 4 here. Let's see. I was working up until 3 a.m. the previous night. Barely got any sleep. Got up at like 6. Immediately started working on different projects. Took a short nap. Went back to do like a ultimate like 9-hour shift, and then went over to this. So you played Trials of Mana, and Dan loved the game so much. Kevin's my name. Well, there you go. Yeah, Mr. Vale here is the one that introduced me to do a blind run of the original SD3 a few years ago, and it was a really cool game. I just loved a lot of stuff about it. Apparently, they improved the weird balancing, because I kind of made a mistake and kind of picked all 3 physical characters, I guess. So I was a little bit confused as to why they had an ability bar and they didn't actually get any abilities until, like, I don't know, 30 hours into the game. It took a minute. But oh well. But, by the way, so the Legend of Mana remake, does it actually change stuff? Because as far as I can tell, they just kind of added a widescreen patch and called it a day. I mean, I know it added some little side quest. I know Mr. Bill was mentioning that, but... So he came out a few days ago, a new comfort game, just beat the Secret of Mana remaster last week and thought it was fun. Yeah, like, I love Legend of Mana. I have never seen a game so dang charming. It's not often that you see something that just, like, exudes so much character that it doesn't even matter how much anything makes sense. It doesn't even matter that you can basically just X spam throughout the entire thing. Or I guess was it square? I think it was square for light attack, actually. Improve the balance? Sure, they definitely improve the balance. Laughs in endgame. Alright, fair enough. I don't even know if there was balance in Secret or in SD3. I mean, like, stuff certainly happens. I don't exactly know what it was, but it was definitely an experience rather. Remember a hell of a lot of shuriken spam towards the end there. There's quality of life changes, some dialogue tweaks, but so far there's not really any new content. The backgrounds are incredibly HD, sprites were improved greatly, but still updated. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was just because of my phone or like what the deal was with the graphics, because I thought they were going to do what they did with the other ones, where they gave them a full overhaul, but you know, I guess we were even talking about that last year, or not last year, but the year before that, over how honestly you wouldn't ever want to do a full remake of the whole thing, just because, I mean, what are you going to do with it? It's the art is just it's so good. All right, and then Lotus Boat. I'm pretty sure that is the exact same sound effect too. So you can take your staple pets and play a minigame. Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning that one. Because yeah, once we finally get to the point of not having this friggin' house situation hanging over our necks 24/7, and then, you know, then I'll go see about actually buying stuff. Anywho. So there we go, Hero King unscathed, so no incapacitations, unbloodied, no deceased units. The Just to reach Palace of the Dead without, or Palace of the Beyond and Palace of the Dead without using Chariot. Concord King win without using Chariot. Yada yada, Savior Valeria, you know. All of that kind of dealy, they're in all kinds of different stuff. Point being, we didn't use the cheat button, we didn't use any of that. Technically speaking, this one dude killed 3,200 other people, but none of ours did, so, yeah. Sounds a whole lot like their problem. Let's see. Oh, and for new content, it adds Ring Ring Land, which Americans couldn't play back in 2000. Huh? Let's see. Trans Tournament for GBA, Mana was underwhelming. Horrible AI, appearance doesn't change with new class, and characters aren't cool. Wait, sorry. That was just a random yawn. That wasn't in response to that. Yeah, I don't remember. There were so many, like, swords or legends or whatever else, just, like, various mana things for GBA and GBC. They just kind of all blurred together in my head. I don't even remember which one's which. And yeah, even with the Tigers active, you know, Cash was there. They don't go after her. But okay. Now, out of curiosity, let's take a quick look at the weapons there that we ended up picking up. So, 2 fancy swords right off the bat. 135, 146. So this would be our highest for swords, but we get Venom Ward and we get Fear Ward. So Brynhildr sounds like the one to go for going forward here. Because yeah, Fear Ward is going to be incredibly useful in a lot of situations. Not to mention, we got a Umbra damage, so that's potentially really handy. Still, very solid upgrade as far as that goes. Hammers, let's do with the Sanshin. Also Fear Ward. It's not a whole lot of heavy loading Fear Ward there, huh? Granite Fist could be useful as just kind of a finisher type move. I don't think we'll really go for hammers much. I mean, int bonus if we're going for that nuker build, but at the same time, we can just kind of go Aug Light, you know, get some better boosts going for Star Ion as it is, and have this scale off it. Plus, it's got Silence on hit, which would be really handy against a lot of things. Plus, Consecrate Edge, which is the one move that he can't actually get, so... I mean, maybe we temporarily go... Well, we actually wanted to temporarily go into Brynhildr anyway. So I'll probably go from Mangosh. There you go. So we will temporarily go down the light side here. Because we're going to be doing Floating Ruins next. Now, I will say, I don't know when the next bit's going to be. It's going to be a while, probably. I have absolutely no way to know. It just kind of is what it is. Stuff is just insane lately, so... Hopefully, you know, hopefully at some point we'll get some better ideas on what's going on there, but until then, you know, got this. So, wait a minute, what the hell? Okay, I was gonna say, it looked like the Power Fist was actually doing way more than I thought it did. Yeah, main Gauche evasion is nutso, though. We got parry, got lowered racial damage. Yeah, the main Gauche is probably my favorite item in One Vision. Like, just like the bronze helmet was in the original, just for that across-the-board racial bonus. I know it's a really, really, really mundane bonus, but still. I personally really like it. It's a very, very useful setup. Kind of a bit understated there. But that'll be that. And as you can see, now that we're at the end, he is now a Bakram. But you guys have a good one. I really need to go get some sleep. And yeah, stay safe out there. Hopefully none of you have to worry about getting a house anytime soon. There's a solid screw that, I will say.